Excuse me. Hello everyone. Welcome back to hopefully the finale of Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. I went ahead and did some preparation inventory-wise, but other than that, it's basically just as we left it. Let's fucking do this. Sai, I trust you've had a good rest. An envoy Master Fortune Knowles arrived not long ago with a message. The Loppers have determined Nithion's location. We've been asked to gather at the Rostra. I'll meet you there, along with the others. What is that? Ah, okay. Was that one made all like non-gender restricted to now? I can't remember. I'll just look that up later. Yeah, the reason why I asked is because I'm decided that I'm gonna be a bunny boy after I finish the MSQ. Because my warrior light has personal business with Xenos specifically, and yeah. Everyone appears to be present and accounted for. Good. As you know, the Loppers have deduced the whereabouts of Meteion by means of a crystal bequeathed to us by Hydaelyn herself. Your quarry's location is a place far beyond the moon, in the farthest reaches of the Sea of Stars, at the edge of creation. We're going to space, baby! A veritable Ultima Thule. Indeed. How then are we to reach it? An excellent question. Lucky for you, I have an equally excellent answer. In theory, with its advanced propulsion system, the moon is capable of delivering you to Ultima Thule, but the myriad other faculties housed within would greatly impede travel through the Sea of Stars. Even the mother crystals may not possess ether enough to bear such a massive vessel to our destination and back. However, if we integrate our hyper hopper into your ether burner, we should be able to fire things up and jump our way to the end of the universe in no time. Father, does this mean... Bear in mind that this decision was not made solely at my discretion, but with the consent of the Forum. Hearing the Loppers' proposal, the Forum was faced with a grave decision. To commit the Ark to this endeavor would mean abandoning both our plans to evacuate the moon and to resettle it on another star. Needless to say, the proposition invited fierce debate. In the end, however, the Forum was swayed by the simple fact that Hydaelyn believed you possessed the strength needed to overcome this crisis. The Great Exodus was, after all, a plan of Hydaelyn's own making. Therefore, in the 11th hour, if in the 11th hour she would offer another means by which we may seek salvation, we would be fools to dismiss it out of hand. Indeed, she sacrificed everything, her very existence, to avert the destruction of this star. That is why we have chosen to place our faith in Hydaelyn, in you. The Ark will be made ready for your voyage to Ultima Thule. And what of the people that have labored so tirelessly to prepare for the evacuation? They must be furious. I could not be so sure. They have not forgotten your deeds on the Magna Glacius. Nor did your instrumental role in orchestrating the delivery of the Enimantite go unnoticed. No, the people do not protest. Quite the contrary. They express unwavering support for you and your mission. Are the Loppers too willing to abandon the Exodus? Were you not listening when we said we were born of Hydaelyn's love for Aetheris and its people? If it means your survival, we will do anything to help. And you'll most certainly have need for our expertise where you're going. There's no guarantee that T Ultima Thule is a place that supports life, and otherwise vexing problems our know-how can remedy. Besides, Hydaelyn chose us to lead the way to Meteon. Why else would she give you a crystal that only we can decipher? But more importantly, we were perfectly content to evacuate Aetheris until you brought us here, Urianger. And now we're enamored with the place, so what choice do we have but to save it?
Of course, none of this is possible without you and the Scions, so I must ask, are you certain you wish to do this?
We'll avert the final days, whatever it takes.
Graha. Very well. We shall inform the Forum of your decision, and begin preparations to pulse the Ark with the, Hyper Hopper. The operators will coordinate with the Ilsapar contingent to have the necessary components transported via the Tower of Babel. Of course, it will take time until the work is complete. But now, pray take your ease.
It would seem there's naught to do but rest and prepare. Shall we? Ere we depart, we must leave nothing undone. Quite, though it is difficult to conceive how one could best prepare to brave a domain where Dynamis governs all. Nevertheless, Hydaelyn deemed us worthy for the trials that await. For lack of any other feasible option at this late stage, let us trust in her judgment and face Meteon as we are. Which leaves us with the not so small task of coordinating our efforts here to you and to Taru. If all goes to plan, we'll be back before you know it. I certainly hope so. We'll be praying for your safe return. I'm happy it'll affect the Dynamis for the better. With that settled, we should get some rest and make the most of the time we've been afforded. The meeting's over, is it? You were there for so long, I started to worry. What did they say? It's fine, Tataru. We've been given to go ahead. The age of creation. I see. Rest assured, everything will remain in order until you return, and you will return. Actually, Sai, could I borrow you for a moment?
Looks like your plans for the interim are decided. When the two of you have finished, meet us back at the Baldesian Annex, alright?
Come with me to Agora. I have something to show you.
Also, I realized I actually forgot to change the title of this stream. I probably should. There we go. Do not show this again. Okay.
Where to?
Actually, I can check if the Southern Seas swimsuit. Oh, I guess it's a mock station item then. Well, damn.
Welcome, Sai, to Tataru Boutique. I've always done my best to provide the stand with fashionable attire, but in your case specifically, I make an effort to strive for the most functional yet stylish clothing one could ask for. Not that I'm playing favorites, but you are the warrior of light. Faced with this unprecedented crisis, I knew you would need an ensemble unlike anything I've created before, and that I wouldn't be able to do it alone. And so, after enlisting the aid of the world's finest artisans, I finally completed my career-defining masterpiece. But then inspiration struck, and I saw a golden opportunity just begging to be seized. With the help of some Thavnarian refugees, I decided to set up shop here in Charlian. Of course, I would never charge you for any of our works. Perish the thought. Wasserud. Wasserud? Wasserud. How are things coming along? Everything's in order, Mr. Tataru. Everything will be ready to open shortly. Which is why I brought you here, to be our very first patron. Would you mind waiting here for a moment longer?
Ah, I didn't expect to find you here.
Oh! I imagined that Hala would also wish to offer her regards. Alas, after delivering our dragon scales to the engineers, he remained to assist with their work on the ether burner. This simulacrum too will stay in Charlian, while I oversee matters in Rasathan. It is a rather convenient means to keep abreast of the developments pertaining to the final days, or anything else. Excuse me. It also allows me, after a fashion, to watch over my people in this distant land. Varshan, I was hoping you'd stop by. I can't thank you enough for allowing your artisans to work with me here at the boutique. Please, it is I who should be thanking you. This establishment has restored a sense of normalcy to their lives. You bless them with a newfound purpose, and a means by which to support themselves in these troubled times. What's more, when they at last return home to Rasathan, the experience and knowledge they have gained in your employ will no doubt prove a boon to the artistry and commerce of our land. In fact, I came here to see how your new employees are settling in, and to express my gratitude for granting them this opportunity. It's an opportunity for me as well, believe you me. Your artisans have taught me so much about Thavnarian craftsmanship. The resourcefulness and ingenuity are nothing short of inspiring. I can't wait to see what kind of wonders we can come up with. I pray you every success in your endeavors, Mr. Sataru. Before coming here, I heard word on the forum's decision, of what will soon be attempted. It was only then that I finally understood why my father called this star the last bastion of hope. Indeed, it was the last bastion, for the flame of every other star he encountered had likely been extinguished. In the boundless dark, the light of brimming life must have been blinding in its splendor. You journey onto the heavens to protect that light. May the scales of my kin serve you well. I have faith you will prevail, and restore peace and tranquility to this star.
I should like to visit Razatan again when this is all over.
And we would be honored to receive you. There's still much at Razatan you have yet to see. Forgive me, but I must take my leave. Fare you well, and remember, the people of this star have not yet given up hope, and neither must you. Where must I go to get a meal with some flavor in this wasteland of land of taste? Oh. Sigh, old girl. My, whatever are you doing here? Whatever are you doing here? A new boutique, you say? I have been meaning to expand my wardrobe. Yeah, something with a little flair, perhaps, befitting a man of my station. Madeline, I'll be honest, I think the only reason you're here is because, well, your dad's voice actor died, so... You know what, never mind, I forget I said anything. Though I have nowhere to flaunt said raiments for so long as my confinement continues indefinitely. Aye, the young Lord Foshems insists that, as long as there's work to be done, no matter how trivial, I must abide here in Charlian. Thus do I toll, though every fibre of my being rails against it. Why, I've even suffered the company of that brute Sikar to see supplies transported in a timely fashion. Yet he was the one who had to leave this morning to participate in some supposed covert operation. So I suffer instead of his otherwise welcome absence. Not burdened with my extra busy work, and without honor it here, there is no one here to prepare my meals. I came here in hopes of finding a nice cafe, perhaps. Alas, the Charlene delicacies are similar lacking in every respect. If a hearty meal's what you're after, I suggest the last stand. The cafe or the pier? The cuisine doesn't appear all that appetizing, but if you vouch for their cooking, then perhaps I will give it a try. Thank you for your suggestion, and ta-ta for now, old girl. Well, well, is that Zion Tataru I spy? Who's it this time? Oh no! Hancock, what are you still doing here? You said you were returning immediately after dropping off your cargo. Yes, that was my original plan, after all. Any expertise required aside from the delivery of goods is well beyond my purview. What manner of entrepreneur would have squandered an opportunity to study the markets of the southern seas? Worry not, I will return straight away to Kugane once I have finished. Of course you would find a way to return this crisis to your advantage. She won't be the industrious woman running a new boutique. I'm not blind to the travails of those who fight on the front lines to deliver us from ruin. Indeed, I have every confidence they will succeed, and I would make myself and my business ready for their return. If you believe in them so devoutly, then why did you not put your money where your mouth is? Fair enough, Tataru, fair enough. There's not more I can do to help to ready the Ark and their heroes for her maiden voyage, but on your return, I shall host a grand celebration in your honor at the Pocairo Inn. Accommodation are quite costly, given the reputation of said establishment, but the East Aldenar Trading Company would be honored to foot the bill. I appreciate your gesture, but no thank you.
A pity. I'm rather fond of the place myself. Nevertheless, I have no doubt we will find another time and cause for celebration soon enough. Leave. But I'll speak more of this upon your return, lest I draw even more to Tarozaya. Until we next meet.
Just go away. Nobody likes you.
Hey Totoro, you almost done? Also, that guy's still heaving at that person's knees. What the fuck?
Ah, Sai. Decided to spend your time at the markets, did you? Hey! Biggs and Wedge! Tataru? Biggs! Wedge! I take it work on the arc proceeds apace?
Aye, it does indeed. Collaborating with the greatest minds of Charlian and Rasatan has been a rewarding experience. And that's not to say nothing of what we've learned from the Loperites. The arc is unlike anything we've ever had the pleasure to work on. Even Nero was rendered speechless on more than one occasion. I can't wait for you to see it.
And you'll never guess who paid us a visit before we came to Charlian. Alpha! I think he sensed the coming danger and returned to check on us. He always was one to turn up at a time of need, and I suppose that's why he decided to join us here in Charlian. Good thing too. I don't know how he does it, but he has a knack for brightening your day just for being there.
You goddamn right. It's still hard to believe we have the means to send you off into the great expanse, though. To the farthest known reaches of, well, everything. I never thought I'd live to see such marvels, yet here I am. More often than not, you and the Scions are the catalyst that sparks the need for the great innovations. To think of how much I'd have missed out on had I not been a member of the Ironworks.
An awful lot of work, to be fair, and the privilege of being worked like a cot chocobo.
There is that too. As busy as we've been, I wish there was more we could do for you, Sai. But no matter what happens, we have to keep believing for a brighter future.
That we do, my friend. That we do. When you head back, would you tell the engineers I'll be along shortly with refreshments?
That's very kind of you, Tataru. They'll be glad to hear it. And on that note, Wes and I should get going. Still a few supplies to gather before we return.
Wedge? Terribly sorry for the wait. Right this way, if you please.
Oh, she's cute.
Oh. Right. I don't believe the two of you have been formally introduced. This is Farosad. Sad from Pakistan. Haven't we met before? Ah, yes. It was you who helped us in Perusa. And again when crossing the ice fields, was it not? I thought we exchanged a little more than a little more than glances then. But can you to remember me? Thanks to Mr. Tataru, I and many of my friends have found gainful employment in this foreign land. It's only natural to feel fear and face calamity. In such times we must look to one another for strength and succor. I know not whether we will come to call this place our home or return to Thavnair, but here we are today, and I'm glad to have contributed to the cause. And contribute they did by helping make your new garments as durable as possible. We put our heart and souls into them, and I have every confidence they'll keep you safe in the battle to come. Thank you, Tesaro. Gods, to think how far we've come since our humble beginnings at the Waking Sands. From the rising stone to the falling snows, and even a certain insufferable someone's Ruby Bazaar, we were always fortunate to find friends along the way. Even when you were swept away to the first, Gratia was there to grant you sanctuary. I'll never forget the relief I felt when you all returned to us. I thought my heart would burst. Yours has been a long, long journey, and I've been privileged to watch, often with bated breath, as you persevere time and time again. For all the joy we shared, there's been much sorrow as well, but I've long since learned you can't have one without the other. Which is why I promise to send you off to the Sea of Stars with a smile. And you'll be certain that I'll be the first one to welcome you back on your return. In addition to a new ensemble, we have raiments and weaponry for every need, so please feel free to browse our stock. Oh, is this the artifact gear? Ooh, that's a nice looking scythe. Okay. Wait, what? Aw. I saw ears and I thought for a second that they actually bothered to make it look nice, but they just clipped the ears through. It's kind of disappointing. Well, either way. Actually, that should be everything. Yeah. I mean, on one hand, I'm really glad we actually got a hat as a Viera now, but again, it's just clipping through. Like, there's nothing. Like, I'm willing to bet that the Mikote variant at least has, like, little holes in the ears, or ear, like, cuffs or something. Or just... like, Square Enix, I'm begging you, please, just give Viera hats from now on. Like, hats that actually look right. I'm begging you. But I decided on this look, and I'm gonna stick by it. I realize you still got lots to do before you depart, so I won't keep you any longer. I do hope you can find a moment for yourself, and that others can as well. They said you returned to Baldizzian Annex, though I doubt they'd stay for long. If you decided to go looking for them, I suggest speaking with Kryl first. I'm sure they would have told her their plans. Actually, since Alpha's here... No, wait. right, I almost forgot. Here we go. One thing I've set it up is that on this particular hotbar, the rightmost one, I usually have that for like buffs, debuffs, and basically anything that isn't just a straight up attack. And I finally realized that the Shroud is just a buff, technically speaking. So I can just have it over here and leave room for Communio as my big Enshroud combo ender. You're back! I take it you received your gift from Tataru. It was a surprise long in the making, with many, many long hours of fretting to get everything just right. I'm glad to see it realized, and with great success. If you look for the others, though, they've already taken their leave. Istola, Tancred, and Urianger have gone to the last stand for a bite to eat. Alice and Grazia, meanwhile, thought their time would be better spent poring over books at the Numenon. As for Alphen and Estinian, well, they'd like to pay a visit to the Levier estates, though Estinian seems somewhat reluctant to go. I'm sure they would all be glad to accompany if you mind to seek them out. Should be feeling peckish, I suggest heading out to the last stand before Istola and the others finish eating. But above all else, it would be foolish to run headlong into battle as a fatigue mess, so do remember to get a good night's sleep. Hey guys, is this seat taken? Aw. Sai, come to make a trio quartet, have you? Please, have a seat, and we'll see about getting you a drink.
Your business with Tataru was finished.
Mm-hmm. I got myself some sick new gear.
My, what a thoughtful surprise. Whatever would we do without her?
Indeed. And she's right, you know. It hasn't been all doom and gloom.
Feels like a lifetime ago that Master Louis Soir gathered us together to form the Circle of Knowing. Since then, we have experienced much. But rather than feeling wiser, the more I learn, the more I find my knowledge lacking.
Forsooth. As a student, vainly did I believe that I held the secrets of creation in my grasp. Yet that which I had seized was but an insignificant sliver of what awaited in the wider world. Every encounter, every experience hath served to open mine eyes, enlightening and humbling me in equal measure. Even from those whom I called enemies have I learned many a valuable lesson.
What will we learn at the edge of the universe, I wonder?
Ultima Thule, where the bringer of the end makes her nest. I, for one, can't possibly imagine. But whatever awaits us there, we will survive. We must. For her.
You have nothing left to prove, not to Reign nor from Infilia.
Is aught the matter? No, it's nothing. I just... Well, lately I find myself surprised at how much I've changed.
how much we've all changed.
We've come far together, and if we have aught to say about it, we'll go further still. Aye, we will avert this calamity and return home. In preparation for which, we must give thought to what we hope to achieve after the proverbial dust has settled.
What with the primals and Asians all but dealt with, I suppose we'll need to look for new hobbies. In all seriousness, though, in uniting to overcome a common foe, the disparate peoples of the world have found a way forward together. It's a truly gratifying sight to see.
Indeed. Though it was many years in the making, we have successfully set in motion the gears of fundamental change. With this, we have fulfilled our humble role as a symbol of hope. And I dare say it is time to bow out. After all, there is no shortage of hands to bear the torch in our stead.
You know, I never really considered I might live long enough to see an after. But even if my time as a scion came to an end, I don't expect that much would change. Traveling the world, going wherever the wind blows, lending a hand to those in need.
A journey for journey's sake. It doth suit thee well. I must confess, I too have yearned to see more of the world. If thou art amenable to the suggestion, I would accompany thee. Mine ability to effect an air of normalcy through artful disguise is much improved, thou must concede.
Aye, well, improvement is relative. You still look suspicious no matter what you wear.
When Urianger is sus.
What of you, Ishtola? Any grand plans?
Why, continue my quest for knowledge, naturally. To begin with, I wish to know the state of the reflections, to which end I must find a means to travel between worlds.
Oh yeah.
'Tis the least I must do if I am to keep my promise. Should my pursuits prove unduly arduous, I won't hesitate to call on you. And in return, I will take you to see Reen one day. I'm sure you cannot wait to see the fine young woman she has become.
Spare me.
And what of thee? What wouldst thou pursue at duty's end?
Me?
Here's yours. My apologies for the wait.
Well, shall we make a toast? To victory.
To our comrades.
To the future of the star.
To the ends of the universe. Oh god, I'm already starting to tear up. I love this found family that is the Scions. If anything happens to any of these people, I'm going to bawl my eyes out. Leaving so soon, I suppose it's for the best. If you'd rather not explore the bottom of a bottle with Urianger. I dare say the others would overcome your company as well, if you can find them, that is. In any case, as long as you have made most of your time, then that is all that matters. Excuse me. Ooh, casual Estinian. Oh. Hey, so, Estinian, if you're, hey, if you're not busy, after all this, then maybe, we could, discuss the finer arts of using the lens. I mean, just, if you like, I don't know. Oh, whoops. Wait. What? Surely this isn't the first time you see me without my armor. Fucking comment! Oh fuck! I did not realize. Oh no! Oh no! It's even worse because I accidentally talked with him when oh god! It's like he just noticed me staring at him. He was like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Oh god!
Oh. What brings you here?
I was looking for you, obviously.
Ah, so you were worried that the Levier household might again be gripped by turmoil. All is well, I assure you. In my letters home, I had made mention of Estinian, you see.
Ah.
My mother wished to meet the legend in person, and so we arranged to have a spot of tea together.
Where were you in my hour of need? Fell beasts I can face, but I'm not made for idle chit-chat with lords and ladies.
Well, I for one thought you held your own. Mother was the picture of delight.
I might have been delighted myself, were we in a tavern with more agreeable drink. The thought of fleeing crossed my mind, but what then? I'd never hear the end of it, least of all from Tatari.
Oh god, he's still fiercer after chasing him down.
I'm sorry. It was not my intent to cause you such distress. It's just... it was one of the things I didn't want to leave undone ere we set forth. That's not to say I think we won't be returning. Yet, given what lies ahead, I did not wish to leave for later that which I could do today. After all, tomorrow is never promised.
It's fine. Not like I had better things to do. Besides, seeing you with your mother brought back fond memories of my own. Be we rich or poor, family is family. Well, it's past time we were on our way.
I don't recall. Have we ever met or at least talked about Estinian's family?
Wait! Since I left home, I've made a great many mistakes. Mistakes for which I can never make amends. But through it all, you didn't give up on me. To have returned here with you at my side, it means more to me than you know. Thank you, from the bottom of my heart. Forgive me, but it needed to be said.
I'm the one who owes you thanks. Were it not for you, I would not be alive today, nor come to terms with Nidhogg's spirit. I am ever grateful.
I suppose I have to thank you both as well.
Well, we needn't make it a competition. You know, this must be what Heidelin meant when she spoke about depending on one another. However treacherous the road before us, together we will prevail.
Actually, hang on. I doubt I'll, I'm pretty sure I'll have more than enough XP, when I get to the final area. Whatever it may be. I've heard a lot of talk about the final area being, like, really, like, just... Well, I don't even know how to describe it, considering people have just been saying, like... I just, like, been browsing the FF14 Reddit, and they just said, spoiler warning, the final area, spoiler warning, the final area is blank, 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 and just... A lot of people seem to be talking about it, and I don't know why, and I'm very curious. Aww. Oh, they're both snoozing. Boop.
Oh. Knowing them, they're probably dreaming about the celestial adventures to come. Just as well. They've been running themselves ragged of late. Unlike you and the others, I'm a few steps removed from the danger and excitement. The things you all get up to never fail to impress me. But by the same token, I can't help but worry. Not only for your safety, but for your happiness. After everything you've sacrificed, you earned it 1,000 times over. From the simple pleasures of tucking into a hearty meal or collapsing into a comfortable bed, to the grand triumphs of visiting legendary lands or finding true love, you deserve all the joy in the world. There is so much that life has to offer, so much to be treasured and shared with those we hold dear. So promise me this. Come what may, you won't give up on your own happiness. When you're out there fighting tooth and nail, it's all too easy to forget. But in the end,
Your passions will be your greatest strength of all. Remember that.
Good morning, sleepyhead.
Oh, this feels familiar. Well, 'tis good to be... wait. What am I... Gods, don't tell me I fell asleep.
Not that there's any shame in it, but you were sleeping like babies.
Oh, how embarrassing.
Oh.
Not a word to anyone. Understood? Not one word.
Uh.
I'm told that sleeping in proper beds of your own choosing is a much more effective way to prepare for battle.
So, what were the two of you doing here?
I had a few books to return to the library. Thought I'd take care of it while I could.
And you?
I was looking for you two, actually. Just enjoying a little peace and quiet. Wait, where was the... there. Oh yeah, by the way, in case anyone's wondering, normally with this new system you have to click on a place twice to actually teleport, like once to like pan over, and then another time again to actually teleport. But if you right click and left click at the same time, it just does it immediately. Welcome back, Sai. Return to catch a final few winks before embarking on your mission, I presume. You'll be happy to know your chambers have been cleaned and fresh linens laid out. I pray you enjoy the sweetest dreams on this final night before the big day. The Royal Menagerie? What are we doing there? What's going on there? Xenos.
You will never get what you want. Not even the battle you pine for so dearly. In that transcendent moment, what was it that I sought in you? And what was it that you sought in me?
often have we thus assembled? To combine our knowledge and seek solutions to the problems before us.
Back at the Waking Sands, it was all we could do to address the most minor of troubles. Who could have realized what we'd find when we began to look to the sources of the realm's woes?
At the Rising Stones, we made great strides and shared many moments, from the joyous to the sorrowful.
We've had occasion to call other places home too. Be it Ishgard or Kugane, we were fortunate to find sanctuary wherein we might take stock and continue our fight.
I was honored to host this company in the Crystarium, to stand with you all as we confronted the truth of the star itself.
And now from this place, we go to fight the most important battle of all.
The Forum has sent word. The Ark is ready. The Loporrits naturally will be commanding the vessel. They will see the 8 of you to Ultima Thule. Upon arriving, your objective is to find and vanquish Meteon. As a final formality, the Forum bade me ascertain your resolve. So, are you certain you wish to do this?
We are.
Then, ere you report to Thalmasane, I leave you with these words. You must triumph. What that means will differ for each of you. To make it back home, or to simply avert doom, or perhaps something else altogether. Yet whatever it is that drives you, I have faith in its power to see you through. So please, triumph. Triumph, as we who remain behind believe you will.
Let us be off then.
Wait! Both Kryl and I will be there to see you off, but as your receptionist, I feel I need to say this here. Safe journey, all of you, and be safe.
You too, Zatara.
I suppose this is where we part ways, for now at least. Would that I had sage word or wisdom to share with you ere you depart? Maybe the region of Gallo Baldessian will suffice. Excuse me. Surrender not to anger or hatred, he said. Look beyond them, and there find true strength. But what sees beyond is open to interpretation, I think. But for me, it will be the things I cherish most in life. Things I believe are worth fighting for. Something to consider as you venture onto the sea of stars. Here we go. Can I just fly over? I can. Nice. What? Alpha! Aww.
All present and accounted for? Good. As you will have heard, the Ark is ready. All that remains is to board and be on your way.
I've seen my fair share of tight schedules, but this was bloody murder. But we did it. We finished the ship. It's safe, fit for purpose, and looks good to boot. Aye, it's a garland through and through.
I really don't know what we'd do without you. Thank you for everything.
Ah, don't mention it. Ever since that episode with Omega, I've been toying with the idea of starfaring vessels. And as they say, necessity is the mother of invention. We've learned a lot, let me tell you.
Aww.
In case you're wondering about payment, the ongoing existence of the world ought to do. But feel free to throw in a colorful recounting of your journey on your return.
Will do.
So, have you thought of a name?
A name? Wasn't everyone just calling it Father's teeny tiny toy boat?
Well, seeing as its purpose has changed, I thought a more eloquent name was in order. I suggested as much to Fortuno, who seemed quite amenable to the idea.
As you know, this vessel is the culmination of heretofore unprecedented collaboration. And though said collaboration is owed to the Scions, there is another whose noble deeds made our work possible. From a fragment of Dalamud, we obtained not only advanced materials such as refined adamantite, but the knowledge to traverse the stars. And this fragment would not have found its way to us had the Archon Louisois not fought to protect this world, and in so doing, laid down his life. Now that the vessel stands complete, I cannot help but wonder if it was more than mere happenstance. If it was my father's intention to guide us here. In the hopes that his guidance will see you all safely home, I name the vessel after that self-same fragment of Dalamud he delivered unto us. The starship Ragnarok.
Sorry for the wait. I got everyone you asked for, and not a one less.
The beef stripes.
What are you all doing here?
Oh, I invited them. The representatives of those tribes with religious inclinations. You've done a fine job of readying the Ragnarok, but for it to take flight, we'll of course need the power of the Mother Crystal. Given its immense size, however, transporting it would be an absolute logistical nightmare, not to mention we'd need to shatter it into tiny shards for feeding to the engines. But a brilliant idea came to me. We convert the crystal's energy into forms that can transport themselves.
Wait, you told me something primals.
Thou wouldst employ summoning, or should I say its precursor, creation magics.
Care to explain for our benefit?
As you may have witnessed at Bestway's Burrow, the Loporrits are capable of creation magics, which they use to shape the moon's environment. Yet simple though they make it seem, 'tis a highly advanced and exacting art. To perform it correctly requireth that the wielder holdeth the object in his mind's eye in clearest detail.
Hence the ancients' meticulous management of concepts.
Drawing upon this art, the Ascians conceived of summoning as we know it. A derivative that replaceth the complexity of concepts with the simplicity of zealotry to make manifest a creation.
I see. By combining the Loporrits' magics and the tribe's faith, we convert the Mother Crystal into primals of purer form and greater obedience. Summoning as it was intended, one might say.
Indeed! Indeed! While Heidelin gave us the ability to use creation magics, she forbade us from using it to make anything possessed of a soul, or similar. She didn't say anything about fulfilling the desires of others, though. So, borrowing our friend's faith, we'll create deities using the Mother Crystal's power and send them to the Ragnarok!
Seems a bit risky,
Am
but...
I the only one here concerned about the risk of being turned into a tempered minion?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Oh, right, I was getting to that. From what I've read in Charlian tomes, it appears the Ascians incorporated an additional nasty element into their summoning method. The fervent desire to assimilate others into one's belief. Beings thus created are instilled with the self-same desire and use their powers to enthrall people, starting with the summoner. In contrast, our creation magics, the original and the best, except no substitutes, don't incorporate any of that rubbish, so there's no risk of tempering. I mean, if the being was on the scale of Zodiac, you might feel a little tug, but I think we'll be safe enough.
Truth be told, I do not understand the intricacies of this plan. But none of us would ever turn our backs on you, When the avatars of our faith ran amok, you intervened without decrying we who birthed them. Where others vilified and suppressed us, you offered understanding and friendship. In gratitude, we will share with you the true expressions of our gods. Not malevolent deities, but benevolent saviors.
Alright, you lot, we're heading to the ethereal sea. Stay in sight, else you're liable to get lost.
Lead the way.
May we have a moment?
Certainly.
In anticipation of the day man might journey to the stars, we developed these.
Portable teleportation devices. One for each of you, designed to work in tandem. Press the button on one, and in a matter of moments, all 8 will activate and send their owners back to the Ragnarok. There is no telling what hazards you may encounter. If you find yourself separated or lost, please do not hesitate to use them. Be safe, all of you, and come back.
You as well. I pray you take care.
Looks like everything is in order, so I'll go ahead and board. A few of my fellows will remain to assist with the summonings, but rest assured, the vessel won't want for competent crewing.
If you are ready, then you should board as well. Go, and Godspeed.
If you come this way, I will direct you to the bridge. Oh boy, here we go. God damn it, Sleeping Way.
Welcome to the bridge, everyone! I hope you have everything, because I can't be bothered turning back. Right then, make yourselves comfortable. We're setting off in just a moment.
It's incredible.
Uh-oh.
This is Forshano. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Jesus.
The preparations for the summonings are complete. In accordance with the 14th phase of the plan, we have moved the Ragnarok to the launch site. The gates are open. You may depart when ready.
So, are we ready?
As ready as we'll ever be. Let's get going.
Oh, God. Don't give me these moral choices. Alphino, would you have the honor?
Me? But I...
No need to be coy, brother. Do it, and do it well.
If you all insist. Onward unto the distant stars and beyond. Ragnarok, engage. Engage! Engage!
Going a little bit slower than I had imagined. Oh shit! Ifrit, Titan. Lakshmi! Oh, didn't see who that was. Leviathan! Ravana! Bismuth! Holy shit! King Mukamog! Garuda!
That I must carry landwalkers into the sky. I cannot imagine a greater indignity.
Do not sound so.
And Susano.
For thy mighty winds exist not only to buffet and batter. Nay, they may serve also to thrust forth with vigor. Such is thy glory, and thus it is an occasion to rejoice. So come, let us revel!
So long as the wind blows freely, I suppose all is as it should be in creation. I will render unto them a storm, that they may pierce the firmament and fly free!
Is a big fuck off laser really that necessary? Oh. We're creating a fucking portal!
Bingway? Report?
All's well. Fantastic, even. Thanks to the power of those primals, the engines are roaring and we're ripping along.
All values are also within projected ranges. Time to destination is 8 carats. Perhaps 7 at a pinch.
All right, let's go over some points of caution. Our destination, as you know, is Ultima Thule. Lest you wonder, the place is not a star so much as a patch of emptiness. That's the extent of what our equipment could determine, anyway. From what we know of Meteon, she's likely used dynamis to obfuscate her location.
So, in conclusion, we'll only know what's there when we get there.
The crew and I will see to it the ship's ready to take off at a moment's notice. We'll support the search as best we can, but it'll be your paws on the ground, assuming there is any. But everything will be fine, I'm sure. Heidelin believes in you, so you ought to believe in yourselves. Just don't do anything I wouldn't, like waiting too long to use those portable teleporters of yours. Personally, at the slightest sign of trouble, I'd mash the button to bits, and you should as well.
I mean, like this? Boop!
Understood. We promise to be careful.
I suggest you brace yourselves. We're about to arrive and the vessel will shake a good bit.
What is this? Something is interfering with the equipment.
Uh-oh.
Greetings.
Meteon.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
Meteon.
So this is Meteon.
Oh. Have you met one of my sisters? I don't remember meeting you myself. But I do know that you're from Atheris. Why have you come? All you had to do was wait. I would have delivered to you your ends.
We didn't ask for that.
I don't understand. All life is destined to end. Why choose to prolong your suffering? Effort, ambition, love, they amount to naught. Happiness, should you find it, is inevitably lost. Stolen away by events beyond your control. There is no logic nor meaning in it. You think there is. Convince yourselves. But it's all a cruel accident. Come now. I speak the truth. A truth you would recognize if you looked up at the night sky. Unbroken emptiness. Cold, dark, and silent. Your world, like every other, is but a blemish upon its perfect fabric. Life is an anomaly. It is unnatural and cannot continue. The sooner you accept this, the easier it will be.
Just to be clear, we're not here to argue with you. We know that life is fleeting, and that in the short time we have it, we're not assured happiness.
Indeed. I've seen far more sorrow in the eyes of many I've met. I myself have plenty of regrets. And one day they'll die with me, gone to dust with my good deeds and unfulfilled dreams.
But we accept this. That our existence may seem pointless. That sorrow, rage, and despair will always dog our heels. And we press on regardless. That is why Hydaelyn guided us here. In her boundless love for mankind, she has prepared us for this trial, and in her name, we have come for you.
Yes, I sense it. A burning passion like unto fury. I know it well. For the same passion once burned in many a star before yours. Suffocated and extinguished now.
What the?
I can't breathe.
You approach the bounds of my ultimatum, where emotions dictate reality, where resignation and acceptance unite to embrace the end.
Ah!
Where those who yet valiantly cling to life can thrive.
Tankard, he can hold his breath for like 10 minutes, that's right.
By the Fury.
Thancred?
Oh no.
Meteon has gone as well. Mayhap he awakened first and gave chase.
Everyone? It appears we are at our destination.
Really?
This is Ultima Thule.
Not that we knew what to expect, but I wasn't expecting this. From atmospheric composition to ambient temperatures, all readings are within permissible range. This place is capable of supporting life.
What? Why would it... Why?
If that's the case, then Thancred may well have gone on ahead. Let's go and have a look.
Right then.
Meanwhile, I want the rest of you to perform a full inspection of the ship, as well as a biological scan.
So it was that the brave wayfarers arrived at last at Dream's End. In following their path walked and history written, I am made keenly aware of one truth. Though the curtains may fall again and again, so long as others take the stage, ever shall there be more tales to tell.
Whoa.
So, let them bring it to a close, I say. Let the curtains fall upon this, the final chapter in the tale of the star.
Is this a dead star?
As I live and breathe, I live and breathe. Well, the environment itself shouldn't kill us.
Well then, let us search for Thancred while exploring the area. The ship we leave in your care.
Oh, good lord, this area is huge. I can't guarantee it will be much of help in these strange surrounds, but I've ready the provisions known in case of an emergency. Of course, if you encounter any real danger here, I expect you to return to the Ragnarok at once. We're all fortunate this place can support life, albeit barely. I suspect, given the torpid, stale quality of the air. But never mind that. We must find Thancred. Let us begin our search from the prow of the ship. It seems as good as any. Seems as good a direction as any. Try not to stray too far, lest we lose sight of one another. Jesus. That is really far. Is this thing alive? No. Ruins? But of what, I wonder? Perhaps we can find something to help us understand the nature of this place. A relic, an inscription, anything. Look here, this part is relatively intact. The intricate design at the top suggests it's man-made, though its builders were surely not men as we conceive of them. Having said that, I swear I've seen this pattern before. Holy shit, I just realized the name of the quest. I thought this hill might afford a better view of our surroundings. A poor decision in hindsight. Besides the light from the ship, all is shrouded in darkness. If Thancred is here, I'd never know it. From what I can tell, we are near the edge of an island.
if you can call it that, surrounded by floating debris.
Were you able to find anything? No. As I feared, and still no trace of Thancred. There's nothing but emptiness as far as the eye can see, which, unfortunately, isn't very far. Though I can't help but to suspect that someone or something is here. There are times when I sense it drawing close, and a chill washes over me, leaving me exhausted. Even with feelings of death and anguish. I felt it too when I was near that thing. What are you talking about? There's nothing there. What? Before we jump to any conclusions, perhaps we should search elsewhere. Agreed. We've only found more questions when we're in desperate need of answers.
There's a fair stretch of terrain from the ship's starboard we've yet to explore.
Let's try searching there then. Okay. What do they mean? I'm the only one that sees it?
Sai, a word, before we join the others. You see them too, don't you? The dragons. As I thought, their presence is tenuous at best, but there's no mistaking it. No doubt your bond with Midgarsummer and mine with Nidhogg is what allows us to perceive them. Could these apparitions be related to the dragons that now live in Aetheris? Bah, better leave such conjecture to the others. In any case, we must be careful. We may soon find dragons they can see as well. Death and anguish. What happened to them, I wonder?
Whoa. Some kind of naturally formed ether. What the fuck?
Dragons? Here?
What you see is a memory of a world that once was. A world suffering a slow death, whose denizens cried out for the release of oblivion.
What? Their world is dead?
It is. Not a single life remains upon that husk floating in the vast emptiness. These creatures are shadow and shade, perpetuated only to suffuse dynamis with their unending lamentations.
Our friend Thancred, where is he?
A strange question. He is at your side, is he not?
What?
Oh yes. He is here and there, and everywhere within this space. He would tell you himself if he had form to form words.
What did you do to him?
Huh. Such loathing and uncertainty. You don't know why you still exist. In like manner to the oblivion I send, I tried to drown out your ether with dynamis. Beginning with this Thancred, who came at me despite being unable to breathe. Such a simple thing, unmaking men. In the blinking of an eye, he was gone. Didn't even have the chance to be transformed. Yet somehow, he managed to leave a slither of himself behind. What you call the heart? Or perhaps the soul. In his final moment, he cried out from it. A single word.
He's dead? Just like that?
Survive. That wish proved stronger than the despair that ruled here. It overpowered it, causing this space to be remade. Into a place you can perceive, and where life can endure. That you draw breath is proof that his soul lives on. For how long, however, remains to be seen.
You're kidding me. They just killed him off like that?
Well then, we should hurry and tend to business.
It's futile. You will never reach the true me. I told you, emotions dictate reality in this space. Such changes as you might work will not alter in its nature. You may see, but you cannot touch. Walk, but not advance.
Meteon holds too much sway here. How do we contend with a foe who can unmake us on a whim?
I do not know. But Thancred gave his life that we might come this far. We must press on.
I don't believe Thancred's dead. Just not...
Agreed. We cannot turn tail here. Not without something to show for our comrade's sacrifice.
I know Thancred, and also Stola for that matter, has been showing death flags all over the place, but I don't think they would kill them off just like that, though. Right? Like, that's so anticlimactic. Soul without body, a form without being, with which we are not wholly unfamiliar. Indeed, for we exist in a similar state when residing in the first. The circumstances are rather more dire than that, 'tis true, but I choose to believe he's not forever lost to us. So Urianger agrees. Regardless, in sacrifice he hath afforded us a chance to prevail. Let us not squander it, and ascertain the nature of this realm that we might confront and defeat Meteor. Estinian, Sai, would you accompany me in speaking with these dragons? Mayhap they can enlighten us. I would ask the rest of you to survey these surroundings. If there is a path that may lead us to our quarry, we must find it.
Very well. We can reconvene here when everyone has finished. Meteor said these dragons are shadow and shade, from a world whose denizens sought oblivion. As such, they're not like to be amenable to company, let alone conversation, so please, be careful.
Let us split up and gather what knowledge we may. A visitor not of this star. Could thy slender hands bring plague to our world? Thy breath extinguish life's feeble flame. Oh, how we would adore thee. Alas. With time our flesh shall wither, our souls fade, and so we wait for its inexorable march unto oblivion. If thou art not come to hasten our demise, I bid thee leave us. We crave not companionship, only silence.
So I guess this would probably be like the closest thing to a naturally forming aetherite, if such a thing even exists.
Beyond that distant veil, paradise lost, so glorious, so beautiful. We were a proud and noble race, strength embodied. We knew only love before they came. Metal monstrosities of black and silver. No bonds of blood did they share, nor conviction did they have to guide them. A crushing defeat. We had never known such shame. Never have we known such shame. Stilled now are the winds, though none could feel these wings burdened by ignominy. We fly no more, only sink into oblivion. Thou wouldst bid me speak. Folly. I observe the lesson of stone. I shall not fly, nor speak, nor roar. Only watch, and wait, and end. On one side yet stirreth my blood, tempted me to raise my voice in lamentation. Amnol, the cradle of unsung dragons. No words, no songs are possessed of the weight to describe such tragedy. Go, if that be thy will. I shall remain. Either the ether currents are really spread out far, or there's a lot less of them. Hopefully the latter, because I'm kind of tired of doing this. How do I get down there? Oh. They let you here as well, did they? It was described to me as the source of their woes and proof of their end. I think I'm beginning to see why. It's a hatching ground. Or was. I've seen similar on Aetheris. Maker Summer's kind must have once lived and thrived in a place such as this. Vitra said his father was driven from their ancestral home by war and strife. This, then, is the fate of those who remained. Let's take a look around. Maybe these acts have more to tell of what happened here. Oh, God. What's this? I thought all the eggs had been ruined. The dragonhead was indeed hatched. There is no sign of it here, or its sire, for that matter. We should look for them. You start with the cliff tops. I'll search the plains. The boisterous howling hath been quieted by thy hand, I presume. Everything all right? I thought I heard a dragon or something resembling one. Ah, I see what's happened here. Was that your child? Perhaps. Some eggs within Amnol are indeed mine. If life within one did quicken, the beast thou hast slain may be of my blood. Yet I do not recognize it, twisted and malformed as it is. Not a dragon in truth, but a reminder of our failure, a testament to our shame. Explain. They descended from the heavens. Cold, heartless machines, and with them rode war and death. With fire and fury, rage and rancor we gave answer. 'Twas a long and bloody battle, but only the beginning. Untold chaos and destruction swept over the star. In the end, the invaders were victorious. Yet when they looked onto their prize, they deemed it unfit for requisition. We were abandoned to our ruin. The survivors sought to put away their shame, to rebuild, a futile effort. Pure soil replete with ether did we once cultivate our nesting grounds, but our lands were barren, and any eggs nurtured in such desolation were fated to rot. What few survive to hatch emerge as abominations. We shall have no new progeny. But there are dragons among you capable of journeying to other stars. That there are. Many would make the attempt, each bearing a clutch of eggs. The richest stars were home to the harshest rulers, and the arrival of dragons incited contests for supremacy. When the fires faded, the wars lost and won, they too were reduced to ash and waste. It is the curse of those who seek life, to be drawn into conflict, to conquer or be conquered. A vicious cycle that we now choose to break. We tire of conflict, of everything. We now wait in sweet, merciful silence, free from strife and suffering. Still as stone. Wait, your claim is your kind is doomed, but there's another star. They wanted only to brood in silence, to be left alone with their grief until time itself comes to an end. The sole reward for senseless bloodshed. A pain I understand. Wish I did not. What fools we were. But now isn't the time for such thoughts. The others will want to hear what we learned. Come. Yeah, I still can't reach anything, god damn it. Were you able to establish any meaningful contact with the dragons? I see. They wish to escape what they perceive to be a cycle of conflict. Thank you, Sai, Justinian. As for our part, I believe we are more acutely aware of our confines than before. We started by traversing the perimeter of the island to see if there might be a path leading off of it. Sadly, there's nothing to be found. There's no small amount of debris fooling about. Could there be enough to serve as a bridge to lead us elsewhere? I considered that, and so I tried throwing a stone onto a potential platform to judge its integrity. But it never reached its mark. As it crossed an invisible threshold just beyond the boundaries of this island, it vanished, only to reappear above me and fall at my feet. I would not be too quick to presume that what we see outside the space is as it appears. Which is why I returned to the Ragnarok and asked for the Loporits to search for a potential path. However, the ship's instruments failed to provide a conclusive data on the surrounding area. Until we know more, I think it's too risky to attempt flying to another island. What Michon told us before, that emotions dictate reality here, might be the key. I'm not entirely sure what emotion might manifest a bridge to lead us to safety. So what you're saying is, we have no way forward. At present, if it is indeed emotion that governs this island, perhaps it is not Meteons, but the dragons that hold us here. Are we gonna give them a pep talk? They tire of conflict and have chosen a path of oblivion to escape it. Or rather, they have chosen no path at all, meaning there's no way for the dragons or anyone here on this island to advance. Oh shit. A sound theory, disheartening though as it may be.
If that's the case, what recourse do we have? They're not likely to be persuaded to help us. Their reasoning is built on a history of turmoil and strife. Without irrefutable proof that the future is not as bleak as they believe it might be. Mayhap persuasion is not the answer. Meteor meant to unmake us. Meteor meant to unmake us, and then and there on the Ragnarok. And she would have succeeded if not for Thankr's determination. She conceded it was strong enough to overpower the despair that otherwise rules Ultima Thule, and reshape it to a degree. Perhaps it can be done again in a manner, by overpowering the prevailing emotions.
'Twas Ultima Thule's architect, Meteon herself, against whom Thancred did pit himself in a clash of wills. Though I marked no leader among them, as such, I did chance to encounter a dragon possessed of despair far more potent than most. Potent enough, mayhap, to dictate the course of the others, and thus their domain to follow. He spoke but few words, carefully chosen, the tone and temper alone threatening to rend my heart in twain. Challenging its desire to remain may allow us to alter the island upon which we stand. Alas, I feared my valued rhetoric availed me naught against his calcifying heart. But mayhap one of you will fare better. And I shall guide thee. Al-En, they call him. In the dragon tongue. Thou wilt find him nearby, eyes fixed upon the water.
Well, what have we to lose? Let's get going.
He remaineth as he was when I first approached, entombed in melancholy.
I see. Perhaps I could...
I'll handle this.
Waiting to die like all the others, are you? So you say. Yet your kind has found a new beginning on our star. One of you braved the Expanse, bearing with him a clutch of eggs. They and their children now rule our skies,
their song heard by all. They suffered much, and repaid their suffering in kind. Had your brethren made the selfsame choice, my family might still be alive.
Oh.
Yet lasting peace does not come to those who simply retreat from conflict. No, you must be willing to confront it, to stare into the face of your foe, and see yourself in him. Only then can you break the cycle of torment and tragedy. This lesson, a dear friend taught me at the risk of his life. There is no nobility in your penance. You wallow in self-pity. And after everything we've endured, we will not let you stop us. Stay back. Is up to you.
What? Justinian!
No! Not Justinian too!
There's a wind. He's opened the way for us. Sacrificed himself to remake this place, like Thancred did.
Oh, Alphino.
Come. Let us follow the wind. It will not lead us astray. He would not.
Alphino. find a way to bring you back. Both of you. I promise. Look there! The wind! This is Justinian's doing, I'm sure of it. We should ride its flow and see where it leads. Whoa! He did it. He found a way forward for us. The dragons remained trapped within a prison of their own making, lamenting the horrors of war. Yet Justinian knew them better than most. He was a man of honor and a dear friend, willing to fight to the very end for what he believed was right. And he's still fighting Alphino, just like Thancred. That sacrifices are why we can survive here, why we still have a chance to stop her. Even in spirit, they're unwilling to give in to despair, and we mustn't either. Alice is right. We must press on, for their sake. They can't be gone. They can't be gone. Not like that. As you told Alice said, we must continue. Notice the change in the surroundings. Perhaps this is a memory of an altogether different world. It will be prudent to learn more of it, then. Tread carefully, lest we lose our footing in this land. In the sand. Is that supposed to do that? I guess so. Were it not for the violet crystal embedded into its surface, it would appear as an ordinary stone. A curious script hath been etched upon them. Alas, it is not a language in which I am familiar. I cannot say I recognize it either. Nor I. The dragons, from what I recall, preserve the knowledge in song and eschew the written word entirely, so we may assume this is the work of another race, one we have yet to encounter. Metreon claimed the dragon's world suffered a slow death, seeking the release of oblivion. What life we find here, like as not, doth wend its way towards a similar end.
wait. I did not get a lot of sleep last night.
What do you suppose that is over there? I'm not sure. It's hard to make out of this distance. But the surface seems to bear the same crystals as this monument. I mean, there's a chance we may find whoever built them both. We should go and have a look. Come on. Fuck! At least there's somewhat clumped together here. Oh, Tommy's at the top of this goddamn thing. Yep, I hear it. Hail, travelers. This is a most unexpected occurrence. Hello there. Is this your home? Indeed it is. Ah, forgive me. I have forgotten. An exchange of introductions is expected when first meeting those with whom one is unacquainted. But when the vibration of vocal folds is still required to convey our thoughts of intention, Ia, I believe, was the pronunciation used when referring to our people. Though it is not entirely applicable given our present state, you are welcome to use this appellation. As for nomenclature to address my individual person, I believe it would be pronounced Kafkod. Kafkud. Yes, Kafkud of the Ia. We have encountered beings that communicate intermittently through thought, but never one that is wholly without voice. I presume we're having this conversation by the medium of ether, or dynamis, as this space is suffused with vast quantities of it. Fascinating in either case. I gather your response to my presence is positive, then. That is well, for it's something that I wish to ask you. Like yourselves, we Ia are ether-based light forms. Therefore, it may be surmised that your bodies are of comparable biological composition to those we once possessed. I have a number of queries regarding your subjective perception of the five senses: sight, sound, taste, touch, and smell. In total, I prepared 198,712,180,827. That's rather a lot, isn't it? Ah, my apologies. I have omitted a great many details necessary to understand the nature of my request. Though we dispensed with our corporeal vessels long ago, we have rediscovered a need for the flesh, and have endeavored to recreate our erstwhile forms. However, all pertinent records have been lost due to the passage of time. Take, for example, the nervous system. It is well within our power to recreate, but we have no frame of reference for sensations once experienced by our people, which may compromise our ability to interact with our physical environment. And the reason you need to regain corporeal forms? Why, to bring an end to our existence, of course. Though need is perhaps too strong a word. It would be a simple matter to unmake ourselves through the use of etheric exsanguinators, but such a death seems inadequate. The traditionalists among us believe a proper death requires an inescapable sense of permanence in one final moment, an experience found only with bodies of flesh. We should like very much to hear more of your plans. In exchange, we will answer any questions you have to the best of our ability. Such an exchange of information would indeed prove useful. How the fuck do they do that with their heads? Like, I'm not even talking about, like, just like in universe. How the fuck do they animate that? Very well. To ensure efficacious exchange, I hereby invite you to our home. Yes, the abode of the Ia, where we traditionalists prepare for our demise. I presume your consent to answer questions is indicative to a tacit approval of our plans, in which case your cooperation is greatly appreciated. I must caution you, however, to be mindful of the Ia wandering the desert. That desire for bodies of flesh could be described as overzealous. Now, if you would follow me. This is going rather smoothly. Not that I'm complaining, mind. Even so, we mustn't forget their aim is oblivion, much like the dragons. Though I fail to see why a civilization so seemingly advanced would choose to unmake all they have created. At any rate, we will find no answers dallying here. Let's be on our way. Man, this place is weird. Can I go further? Level 90. Okay. Ah, there it is. How many people are there? I'll be fine. Free XP is free XP. Welcome to our abode. Most of our compeers, you will find, remain idle in their domiciles, though your quizzical expressions indicate my phrasing is unclear. I speak, of course, of the violet crystalline constructs hanging from the stone structures there. You mean to say they remain idle, but what if your work to regain corporeal bodies? An astute question, and understandable, given your finite nature. We have no desire to pursue our research, for it is no longer necessary. If, in our idleness, we are struck by sudden inspiration, we rise to pursue said inspiration to its conclusion. That is why I was present for your arrival, and why I must continue to engage with you still. But while others are currently not in a motile state, rest assured they would not object were you to disturb them from the respite. You need only cast your thoughts towards one of their crystalline domiciles to communicate.
Okay. Hello?
You wish to speak. Very well. Pray a moment if you would.
Nope.
Oh, it's deep. How deep, though? Unless I forgot how to dive, then nothing apparently. Why would he seek our end, you ask? If you wish to know, I will tell you. Just a moment. I must remember. What form did I take when I last emerged? Uh, ah. Ah, Jesus, I'm so tired. Did your inquiries yield just satisfactory responses? I see. If they fail to answer, then it is likely because their minds have unraveled due to prolonged idleness. They are not for concentrated ether now. Worry not. There are no others who have need of those lodgings, and they will not prove any hindrance to remain as they are. But more importantly, you said some few did answer your request for audience, yes? I imagine they will be with us ere long. I had no luck, but everyone else fared well enough. Quite a few have awakened. Ah, there they are. May I introduce to you Lalak, Duki, and Need. It has been too long, Kafkard. I dare say Saturn IV has since completed an orbit. Indeed, until the travelers brought it to my attention, I hadn't noticed how unraveled some had become. Travelers. Ah, of course, of course. The ones who wish to know why we seek to regain corporeal forms. The truth of the matter is as plain as the neighboring systems, but my single account would fail to satisfy requirements for scientific objectivity. Thus did I bid them awaken you.
Am I the only one who struggles to tell who's speaking? Nay, thou art not. In the absence of corporeal forms and the divergence they afford, mayhap such similarity in voice is unavoidable.
By the way, Kafkaf, have you already observed requisite custom for the travelers? That which one is expected to do when receiving guests, as manner of proper form. Ah, yes. Long has it been, yet it completely escaped my mind, and still does. What was it again? I can't seem to remember. Neither do I. Pity. I was hoping you would. Perhaps we can search the archives for the answer. Come now, Netnig. The archives have long been frozen, lest we subject ourselves to further dollar. Surely you recall that much. Ah, of course. Food. The custom is to serve food. Beings of flesh such as they are must regularly replenish their ether. By contributing to the replenishment, we communicate our friendly intention. That is right. That's right. We duly invite you to join in our communal repast, after which we may engage in leisurely conversation. If we have a chance to learn something, I see no reason to decline.
Sure.
Excellent. If you would care to follow, we shall feast you on the purest ether.
They're probably going to give us just raw ether in that case.
This facility is where we replenish our ether. There is no particular name for it, but we traditionally sometimes use the word restaurant. Now then, if you would take your place with your comrades, the space will soon be awash with purest ether. Please absorb as much as you like. Just as I expected. As meticulously as one might create the as home world, this is Ultima Thule. One cannot simply generate ether here. As recreations, our friends are oblivious to this fact, to the very truth of their existence, much like the fancies much like the fancies of the recreated Amorot. However appearances might seem, we must never ever be mindful that this is the memories of the dead whom we deal. So, did you have your fill of ether? Alas, we couldn't absorb it. A deficiency in our forms, it would seem. Oh, how very unfortunate. May I ask how you normally replenish your ether?
Well, we take food, put it into our mouth, and then swallow it.
Through your mouths, you say? How very primitive and quaint. To think that their mouths serve not only to expel sound, but draw in sustenance besides. Such life forms have long since vanished from our systems.
Though we regrettably could not partake of your magnificent feast, rest assured we feel your welcome most keenly. In course of acquainting ourselves with your sophisticated ways, however, we could not fail but wonder, wherefore do you wish to obtain vessels of flesh, and thence to vanish? Will you not favor us with an explanation?
Your flesh and blood beings are always so hasty. It does have its charm. However, very well, we shall indulge you. In the beginning, when the Ea yet possessed corporeal bodies, our ancestors dedicated themselves to the pursuit of knowledge and technological advancement. By transcending all limitations, we believe we could eliminate sorrow and abide in true happiness. From the tangible, such as land, to the intangible, such as labor, there exists a myriad of hindrances to progress. But the most confining of all was the flesh itself. Our natural lifespan was distressingly middling, you see. Too short to enjoy unhurried lives, yet too long to be considered disposable. Furthermore, to simply maintain the integrity of our bodies demanded considerable resources. But we managed to solve this problem. After long years, we discovered how to become non-corporeal entities with everlasting lives, untroubled by the failures of the flesh. Thus changed, we had had more time and freedom to continue our scientific pursuits. We went on to make ever greater strides in our quest to transcend all limitations, until we finally decided to challenge the last of them all, the limit of knowledge. That is to say, deciphering the laws of creation. We sought to discover how the universe came into being and explain all extant phenomena, and thence predict the future. If we could but achieve this, we believe we would be free from uncertainty and anxiety. And did you find the answers you sought? Yes, we did. Our efforts revealed to us a fundamental truth. Knowledge of said truth is essential for the continuation of our conversation. If you would learn more, we will share it with you. No, we mustn't. Primitive as they are, it would be unspeakably cruel to deprive them of their ignorance. They are possessed of corporeal forms, their lives readily ended. As those who have gone before, is it not our duty to warn them?
What thinkest thou?
We had deliberated and come to a consensus. If you are resolved to know it, we will disclose to you the truth we discovered, the truth of the universe. Seek us at the stone pillars just outside the bounds of the abode, a place called Elegeia. A fundamental truth.
We will hear it, of course. Let us learn what has led such enlightened people to this indolent end. Ere we join the Ea, there is one trifling matter I would fain investigate. Sai, Gratia, might I trouble you for your assistance?
But of course.
My thanks. We shall head outside the abode, if you would kindly follow me.
I don't know what mischief you're plotting, Urianger, but I trust you have our best interests at heart. The rest of us shall go on ahead to Elegeia. Lest you worry, we won't start without you.
need to go blow my nose real quick. Oh shit, I forgot to unmute. Apologies if you heard that. Aye, this place shall serve. Is it the spring that you wish to investigate? Pray forgive me, friends, but there's naught to investigate. Just but a pretense to speak in private. You have our undivided attention. As we have established, here in Ultima Thule, those denizens of ruined stars are recreated in their twilight days. Yet one question doth arise in my mind. So faithfully formed are the simulacra, they believe themselves yet amongst the living. How dost thou suppose this is possible? Meteon made contact with them when they still lived. Of course! She must have visited the stars of the dragons and Ea before, otherwise perish in their entirety. Thus she could make their emotions her own, and with them create more faithful simulacra than she had relied on any historical account. So did I theorize, and upon that assumption, consider how those two races may have met their demise. According to thine own tale, Meteon perceiveth the emotion of those nearby as her own, a heightened sense of empathy intrinsic to her nature as an Endwalker. In the course of her starfaring journey, if she encountered beings who strongly decided a cessation of their existence, she would be powerless before that desire. Yeah, I think we kind of figured that out already. Even as she possesses the power to grant it, the power of Dynamis. It is my supposition that, overwhelmed by their longing for death, Meteon did unleash Dynamis, and ushered the dragons and Ea onto their doom. Of course, such was not always the outcome. Full many stars did you find already lost to ruin. In order to create a terminus, however, the firm desire for the end is essential. Therefore, should you struggle to find the way forward, pray ask yourselves this. In the place where you stand, whose is the soul that yearneth most desperately for oblivion? Why do you tell us this now? Ere again would I betray your trust. This pledge I did make to my comrades. In bringing thee into my confidence, I will remain true to my word. Wait, Oriana, you can't be serious. You're not just what I think you are. As for thee, let us consider it my fitting reward for the secrets I harbored for the Crystal Exarch. I once placed my faith in thy chosen path, walking at thy side, full knowing that we were bound for thy demise. I ask now that thou returnest the favor, and abide in faith as I fulfill mine own destiny. If you say my debt has come due, how much refuse? 'Tis indelicate me. Tis indelicate of me. I know full well, and I can't but beg thy forgiveness. Yet even if I must needs go to such lengths, I cannot well feign ignorance of the answer I found within. The answer to the question, in what moment might I stand strongest? After all we've been through, I will say only this. Do what you must. Do what you must and see your convictions through. I shall, my friend. I shall. Without further ado, then, let's go and join our comrades. Let us be off to Elegea. It seems everyone is accounted for. Shall we then?
Please continue. Tell us about this truth you discovered.
Very well. Bear in mind, however, that the purpose of this conversation is not to impart scholarly knowledge, for such requires that you comprehend the subject matter, which you will not.
That is not the voice I was expecting. But oddly fitting nonetheless.
We will forego the intricacies of our scientific methodology and deal only with the conclusion, the end of our society and our world. We acknowledge, with regret, that your star is in the midst of the same panic-induced cataclysm that befell Deneb 3. As such, in order to avoid causing undue distress, we will refrain from explicitly stating how much time you have remaining.
You are entirely too kind. I pray you recount your tale as you see fit.
In the beginning, the universe was but a tiny particle. Then suddenly, this particle began to expand.
Okay, so Big Bang is canon in the FF universe.
Entirely in the bounds of your star, the phenomenon may be difficult for your kind to grasp. But this expansion has since continued unabated. Speculating that the universe could not grow indefinitely, we sought to learn what might occur, and made a worrying discovery. The stars will continue to spread apart, as will their finite thermal energies. Eventually, all heavenly bodies will grow cold and freeze. No new stars will be born, and the universe will enter into an eternal ice age. hopes of proving that this determination was erroneous. We scrutinized our research from all angles, even as we sought to avert the everlasting winter. The endeavor proved fruitless. So infamously so, in fact, that it became synonymous with vain effort. The universe as we know it would end, and there is no way to prevent it. Beneath the weight of this knowledge, our society stagnated. Though we had time still, it was a cold comfort. Why strive for anything when desolation is assured? When our wealth of wisdom, accumulated since the dawning of our kind, would be forever lost. No civilization would rise from our ashes. No scholar recover our knowledge. In silence unbroken, naught would stir. Intellect was once our pride. Overnight, it became our shame. Our works, monuments to futility. Immortality, our greatest invention, became a source of suffering. Rather than suffer on, many chose to unmake themselves by means of etheric exsanguinators. Etched upon these stones are the testaments of such souls. Though many left no words at all, thinking it a pointless gesture. Once we have obtained vessels of flesh, we likewise intend to vanish. If you understand this, understand aught of our tale, you will abandon your quest for knowledge. Ignorance truly is bliss. If you would cling to your illusory happiness, remain primitive and pure. It is the only way.
So that's your story. While I appreciate your advice, I will not heed it. Convinced though you may be of this truth, it is yours and not mine. Indeed, truth, I have ever believed, is in the eye of the beholder.
Are you suggesting that we have reached a faulty conclusion? That our science failed us?
Hardly. As you yourself said, the subject matter is beyond my comprehension. And that, I accept, is true. I do not possess the knowledge to prove or disprove your conclusion. In my mortal years, I doubt I could even approach the wisdom of the air. But of one thing am I absolutely certain. I would not be happier in ignorance.
Y'shtola, no! You mustn't!
The most important lesson I've learned is that learning isn't simply passing one's eyes over words. Nay, 'tis when understood for oneself that knowledge attains its true value. This is what has sustained me, driven me onward in joy and wonder, in anger and sorrow. The universe may end, and all may be for naught, but I will live as I always have. I will always seek out new knowledge, And no conclusion of yours, no matter how grim, can dampen my desire.
I suppose it is only to be expected. Their feeble minds cannot fathom the terrifying gravity of it all. But worry not. We consider it our duty to enlighten you, and we will not stop until you grasp the full extent of our despair.
Keep calm and listen well. Though my body will soon dissipate, there may be a way to restore it. Asm's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back.
What?
But you mustn't, for it would mean losing our way forward. This I only reveal so that you can promise not to invoke the magic. We came here knowing what victory may cost, so press on. Press on, and do not look back.
But...
I shall join thee. As subterfuge is not required, thou shalt not suffer for mine absence.
Riange.
My resolve hath never been as strong as thine. Full oft have I wavered in my decisions, and afterwards been stricken with regret. In spite of this, I may still stand with my comrades, supporting them as they attempt the greatest of feats. This truth I have learned in the course of our journey. And many though my shortcomings may be, I may also claim to excel in prophecies. My studies, into which have granted me the flexibility of mind needed to bend this malleable reality. Thus shall I hope that thou mayest have the strength to resist, and our comrades the strength to continue.
With you to urge us on, how could we possibly fail?
Oh, God.
What's this? An extinguished civilization. Rekindled.
That's right. Our quest doesn't end here. We'll press on, and we will find you.
There. That's where you'll find me.
Is that another star?
Of the stars we visited, most were already devoid of life. And where there was life still, the inhabitants wished for death. But even death, we learned, isn't truly the end. It is but a part of the cycle of rebirth. Souls return to the star, or in its absence, a larger flow. And eventually they are reborn. Alive again, to know suffering anew. True salvation lies not in dying. It lies in not being born. This is the gift I would give to you. To all life on beautiful Aetheris. To that end, we created an egg wherein life cannot quicken. That dead sun. Attain it if you can, before your friends' emotions fade away, along with their protection.
Are you all ready to continue on? Then let us make for where that light shone. Your stolen Uriante have opened the way for us. No. I'm gonna finish the main story. Behemoth? What in the fuck? Huh. There it is. Yes, I can feel it. The ether emanating from the arcane pattern. This is the portal, and no mistake. Let's see where it leads. Amazing. Yet another civilization. Attacked as soon as you arrived! Not the most welcoming of places, is it? We must try to find the denizens who are amenable to our conversation. We should also get a lay of the land, see how far we can go. I'll help Alvin with that. In the meantime, you and Graha can search for friendlier folk. Apart from hostile beings, take care not with your footing. I mislike the look of this terrain. Not knowing what the locals are like, you best take care of yourselves. We'll find you once we're finished exploring. I expect the twins will seek the outermost bounds of the Isle, so I propose we search the central area. The machines patrolling here and there, sentinels in all likelihood. Like those you encounter, they will most certainly attack any who venture too close. So let us avoid them and look for others that appear more approachable. As I see an Aether current right over there. Communio! Okay. So it is basically just like a finisher. As I was saying. Well, that seems easy to find. Look, Sai, the machines here do not appear hostile. Let's see if we can communicate with them. Begging your pardon, but we are searching for denizens of the star. Bzzzt, unknown life form detected. Assigning general label: interplanetary travelers. Greetings and welcome to the planet. The planet. What? Could you please repeat that? It appears your hearing organs are unable to process the name in our tongue. It may be translated to you as Alphatron. Our people, meanwhile, are called the Omnicrons, and you stand within one of our outposts. The
Omnicrons, you say? And what is it that you do here? We are preparing for war. As we presently do not have a designated target, you have nothing to fear. Should your star become designated, however, you will be taken into custody and/or terminated. Not a little frightening, these Omnicrons, but at least they seem to be forthright. I will see what else I can learn from this fellow. If you could try speaking with the others. Psst. Measuring combat capability. Result, negligible. Subject falls with outside targeting parameters. Greetings, traveler. We are the Omnicrons, and our objective is self-enhancement. In order to achieve this, we venture forth in conquest to acquire combat data and resources. Oh shit, was a maker from here? Most recently, we succeeded in subjugating the home world of beings whose strength was said to be without parallel, the dragons. Yet though the endeavor yielded a wealth of combat data, the star was rendered barren and unable to yield resources. A subsequent costing determined that the losses incurred exceeded the gains. Autonomous weapon deployed. Autonomous weapon deployment complete. Vanguard upgrade. Vanguard armament upgrade complete. Munitions level satisfactory. Combat readiness assessment nominal. Awaiting instructions from Sir. Maintaining state of combat readiness. Psst. Greetings, traveler. When venturing outside the outpost, beware malfunctioning units. They do not heed Sir's commands, and indiscriminately attack all non-Omnicrons. For avoidance of confusion, be advised that Sir is the alias of Stigma 1. Sir issues instructions for our forces. As the foremost of the six strategic matrices that bear the designated nation Stigma. You learned a few things. So did I. Ere we share our findings, however, I believe it best we step outside the outpost. Come with me. Ah, there you are. We finished surveying the area. This comes with no surprise, but there is no way forward. There were portals like the ones we used to get here, but those that worked only sent us to isolated isles. That's before we must locate the embodiment of the emotion that bars the way. What of yourselves? Did you find anyone to speak with? Well, there's robots. I'm not really sure what kind of emotions they harbor, though. So the Omnicrons seek to advance themselves through conquest. Following their victory over the dragons, they stand ready for the next campaign, but their leaders yet to issue new commands, and so they wait. In such a place, who could it be that fits Uriante's description? A soul whose yearning for their oblivion surpasses all others. Uriante said this? During our investigations, before we joined you in Elegea. So that's the way of it. Why couldn't you just say it to all of us? Given what we know of this place, it's certainly a curious state of affairs. While the dragons of the E long for death, the Omnicrons long for conflict. As much as they may lead to destruction, it must be considered a distinct desire. In order to find the source of the dominant emotion, I believe we should seek out their leader, this Sir. According to M032, the first Omnicron with whom we spoke, there's a console by which we may communicate with it. What?
Really? M032 also added that it would be a pointless exercise, but that in itself, I believe, is worth investigating. What say you? Well, as good as lead as any, I suppose. So the console we seek is on the far side of this isle. Given the nature of the ground, the route may not be entirely direct as it seems. Let us watch our steps as we make our way. Right. Oh. I mean, why even bother having them if they're just gonna be that out of the open? Northeast. Over here? Ah, yes. Really? Go away, go away, go away. Thank you. Finally! No more of this bullshit. I'll do the side quest in my own time, because honestly, as great as the story is, I just want to get it over with because I'm really tired. I want to see the end of this. God, almost like at least 8-year long fucking narrative. This appears to be the console, but it seems unresponsive. Would you care to take a look at it? No luck, I see. But there must be a way to activate it. There must.
Well, I'm out of ideas.
Why don't you try saying a password? It's probably password.
As am I. Operating such consoles is trying enough. But if we can't even activate it...
Perhaps there is a way. First, consider the world that has been recreated here. Its inhabitants were machines who gathered combat data to enhance themselves. And among the many wars they waged, the most notable was that against the dragons. As you've doubtless surmised, I believe this was the homeworld of Omega.
I knew it!
Sid built a jamming device to defeat it, a device which generated massive bursts of lightning, its sole weakness.
That's all well and good, but what does that... Wait. You're not thinking to strike the console with lightning, are you?
Yes!
As a matter of fact, I am. Ask yourselves this. Why would an entity as puissant as Omega not be designed to suppress the effects of lightning?
Because it relies upon it, or something akin to it, as a source of energy.
Electricity.
My thoughts exactly. And there is a good chance the same is true of the Omicrons and their devices. So, shall I cast caution to the wind and try something reckless and dramatic?
Or I could use my custom-made Omega Jammer.
You still have it! Sid and Nero's legendary device which brought low the super weapon Omega.
God, you're such a nerd.
Wait, the actual device was much too big to lug around, so you must only have the control module. And there I was getting all excited.
Aw.
Never mind. An old-fashioned spell will suffice.
I don't recall it being that big. I don't really think we saw it. It's been a while.
It worked!
Opening connection to communications module 1. Connection established.
It is Omega.
Transmission. Strategic Matrix Sigma 1 now online. As a primary strategic matrix, you may address me as Sir. Checking for new communications. None found. All units, please maintain current state. End transmission. Closing connection.
Wait! We have questions for you. Of late, no mission orders have been issued. Why not? Has there been some manner of trouble?
Reply. The Extended Operations Unit is yet to determine guidelines for future assignments. All strategies are calculated, devised, and actioned in accordance with said guidelines. In the interim, all citizens are directed to maintain a state of combat readiness. End reply. Awaiting query.
Can you tell us why the Extended Operations Unit hasn't yet determined the guidelines?
Unable to comply. Information unavailable or access restricted.
In that case, is it possible for us to communicate directly with the unit?
Access denied. Unable to establish connection.
Is there anything you can tell us? Have there been any abnormalities, like a threat to the star or widespread unrest?
Reply. Negative. All citizens continue to operate at maximum efficiency. If your operations are suboptimal, please proceed to a maintenance facility for evaluation. Otherwise, stand by at your designated post. End reply.
I think they just wiped out all life in the galaxy.
Closing connection.
Hence why they were or at least they wiped out basically almost all life in the universe, and so they couldn't find anything else to conquer.
I could activate it again, but I doubt it would be productive. What do you think?
If all the Omicrons really were running as efficiently as it claimed, then I doubt they were hoping for life here to end. As this Sir told us, there just haven't been any new instructions, and everyone is standing by.
Should be standing by at any rate. If there are those that are neglecting their duties, perhaps we can glean a clue from them. I propose we take another look around, and also try to find the operations unit.
Let us focus our search on the outpost.
Elsa and I will try speaking with the Omnicrom. Elsa and I will try speaking with the Omnicroms this time. In hopes we might learn something new. Meanwhile, perhaps you and Graha can observe them from a distance. These beings are systematic and routine by nature. If there are any that aren't, it shouldn't be too difficult to spot them. If there are no questions, let us begin at once. As we came this way, I believe I spied a promising vantage point. Follow me. Yeah. Bro. That was easy. Right there. An Omnicron wandering aimlessly. Where? Aha! I see it. If it's left at base, let's follow it. Bro. It's not here, but it definitely came this way. It must have used the portal. Time to go through and see what we find. Excuse me? Bzz. What is your query? Ah, you found it. What are you doing here? I am looking at the tree. Quite the unusual specimen. What is the device attached to it? The tree is a sample collected from another star. As it cannot survive in our environment, however, it requires life support. That is the function of the device. To
go to such lengths to sustain it. Is there something special about this tree? Being foreign matter, protocol requires that we study it. As this task has been completed, the specimen may be discarded. However, when I behold the tree, I am made to feel as though there is a problem. In order to become strong, we have continued to enhance ourselves, like we did countless others. We conquered the star whence this tree came. This is the last remnant of a dead world, and there is nothing towards which it may aspire. Yet it grows, extends its branches, sprouts leaves, produces seeds. Why does it seek to continue? Why was it made to behave in such a way, and to what end? I do not understand. I see. Out of curiosity, does this pertain to your duty? No, it does not. My apologies. I shall return to my designated post and assume a state of combat readiness. So it's acting outside of orders. Perhaps it's simply a malfunctioning Omicron. There are by no means these are by no means uncommon, but it may also be a unit possessed by the ability to make decisions. One not unlike Sir. At least it bears further investigation. To endeavor to live even though we must depend on forces beyond our control. Tell me, Sai. One day, when this adventure becomes part of your epic, do you think I will be mentioned in it? Of course. Why wouldn't you be? Do you truly think so? That would be a... Nay, I shouldn't say such things until the moment comes to pass. Never mind. Never mind the embarrassment. Well, we had best get on with our task. Tracking down Sir and understanding the nature of the emotions which bars our way. Oh no, not Graha too. Please, not Graha. We should return to the outpost for now. The others will wish to hear about the errant Omicron. Yeah, I'm lazy. What are you gonna do about it? Whoa. Graha says you found a suspicious Omicron. That's good, because the units here were of no help. They all had the exact same thing to say about the extended operations unit. There's no way to arrange a direct meeting. Still, that served to prove that it's business as usual at the outpost. But enough about us. Tell me what you learned. Tell me you learned something more useful. An Omicron trying to make sense of the meaning of life. None of the others were even a fraction as philosophical. This unit may be in a position of leadership, perhaps even one of those that comprise Sir. As we know, the Omicrons invade the other stars and enhance themselves using the spoils of conquest. With the technology at their disposal, they should be able to alter their bodies, be it in part or in whole.
Setting aside the question of the motive, if Sir, for example, wished to have an ordinary Omnicron's body, I see no reason why it would not be possible. The problem is how to go about ascertaining as to what happened. When I took to probe further, it promptly ended the conversation. If it is indeed Sir, I doubt it would willingly reveal its true identity. I have an idea. We use lightning on the console again, but make it stronger. Much stronger. At that moment, should the unit exhibit a reaction, that would suggest it has a connection to Sir. An inspired idea. I dare say it's worth a try. I had a feeling you'd be on board. This time you must follow me to do the honors. I will stand guard in case your incantation draws sentries to the scene. As for my part, then, I'll approach our suspect and divert his attention. During which time, Zai, I want you to observe it closely for anomalous behavior. I should mention that shortly before you returned, an Omnicron appeared from the same direction. Rather than entering the outpost, however, it headed off towards the console. At first I assumed it was a unit on patrol, but perhaps... That could only be our errant Omnicron. We must seek it out and begin our operation at once. Alright, Alpha and I will stand by the console, and when it's time, I'll unleash a veritable storm. This will work, I'm sure of it. After all, our comrades are watching over us. Come, my friend, let us find this doubt-plagued Omnicron. Ah, that's the 360 view, okay. You're the one that was observing the tree, were you not? So glad I am that I found you again. I have a question for you, see, about the device that sustains the tree. Provided it does not necessitate disclosure of restricted information, very well. Again, that was really easy. An anomaly, you say? Performing diagnostic. Error confirmed. My connection to Central Command is suffering from intermittent failures. I must leave at once and present myself for maintenance at the nearest facility, if you'll excuse me. What you need, my friend, isn't maintenance, it's to confront the truth. While we spoke, our comrades struck the consoles that we used to communicate with Sir. That is the cause of your anomaly. You're connected to Sir, aren't you? Affirmative. To what end you sought to assert this fact, I do not know. But before we speak further, we must move away from the other units. I do not wish for them to know my true identity. Very well. Our friends are at the console. Let us head there.
As you have surmised, I am part of the shared intelligence of Sigma 1. It was my charge to determine the optimal path to achieving our prime function. This body had been abandoned by its former owner and lay unused. I took it and abandoned my own, and with it, my duty.
May we ask why you did this? From what we gather, it seems to be a personal matter.
Our kind did not always look as we do now. Long ago, we possessed frail and feeble bodies.
More than now?
Beleaguered by stronger races, our ancestors took to augmenting their flesh in order to defend themselves. What began with limited parts eventually spread to the whole body, and at last, a means was discovered to convert the mind into data, rendering even the brain obsolete. Such complete mechanical beings were called the Omicrons, and by their might, we came to reign supreme over the star. But even then, we did not feel secure. For we knew that the universe was home to civilizations aside from our own. Civilizations that may be stronger still than us. Rather than risk becoming the subjugated, we chose to become the subjugator. We began our conquest of the stars, that we might acquire the resources and knowledge we needed to reign supreme. We were successful in that endeavor. So powerful did we become, we could lay low even the mighty dragons. But then something unexpected happened. I began experiencing an error. I could no longer determine an optimal path.
You were malfunctioning.
I performed numerous full system scans, each time finding no issues. Yet the error persisted. It was then that I speculated. What could happen if we grew so powerful as to have no equal? To become stronger was essential to our existence. Our every action has been in service to this objective. But if nothing lies beyond this, can it be truly said that it was essential? Have we been engaging only in wanton destruction?
You could find no threat to justify your purpose.
The Omicrons will never leave this star. They will stand by until their reserves of energy are spent. For I have no path to offer them. None.
It is not our place to pass judgment on the deeds of the Omicrons. But surely, this does not have to spell the end of your people. With your power and knowledge, the possibilities are endless. Why not seek out a new purpose?
That is impossible. In the beginning, we had a higher purpose than our pursuit of power. But we lost sight of it when we so irrevocably altered our fundamental forms. When we cast aside our flesh, So too did we cast aside all that defined us. Nothing remains of who we once were. I have no aspirations. No longer can I dream. The vital spark is lost. Lost amidst circuitry and code and commands.
I believe I know how to overcome this despair. The words are ready in my mind, but ere I speak them...
Graha, no.
I want you to make me a promise.
Graha.
Be it across time or space, our promises have always connected us. And so I ask that you indulge me once more, that this won't be the end.
I can't. Not again.
Forcing you through this again is the last thing I want, and I'm sorry. But we've never broken a promise to each other. So I ask that you have faith in us, and hear my request. First, I want to visit Ishgard with you, properly. We scarcely had time to look around last time. I should like it very much if you could show me the sights. Next, you must regale me with your greatest adventures, in the places where you lived them, if possible. I may have read about all your deeds, but there is no substitute for a first-hand account. And last but not least, a new adventure together, unlike any we've experienced before. We'll travel the lands, cross the seas, and take to the skies upon the eternal wind, and it will be marvelous. It will. If you would humor me a moment, when we awaken each morning, how can we prove that we're the same individual who retired the night before? Through the remembrance of past events, we might say. We have our memories, yet there are times when we forget or recall incorrectly. What of our bodies, then? It is the same one, we might say, yet technically speaking, as living beings, our bodies are constantly changing. It will never be as it was at an earlier point in time. Our souls are no more immutable. On our star, people are known to inherit the souls of others, yet they are decidedly different beings. For my part, I've subjected my totality to much and more. I've made my body into an extension of a tower, blended my soul and memories with those of another self. And each time I would ask myself, what is it that makes me, me?
Were you able to determine an answer?
No. But that doesn't mean I'm confused. It simply means I'm the same as everyone else. So I posit this. Who we were need not prescribe what we now hold in our hearts. Whatever came before, what matters most is the present. For me, that is being here with my friends, full proud of how much we've grown together. So I urge you to not give up. Heed your heart's desire, and hope that the future you long for shall be realized.
I cannot. We cannot. We cannot understand desire, nor comprehend hope. We do not know how to create such things.
We are not unalike, you and I. I too have struggled to find the courage to express and embrace my wants. If you like, I will tell you a tale. A tale of a world on the brink. Of a people who never gave up on the future. Of a man who realized his grandest dreams and then awakened to a grander reality.
You idiot! Just once, stay with us to the end.
Damn it all. They all leave so easily, as if it's nothing. How do they think we feel? The next time we meet, I'll give him such a flick, and that'll just be the start. Forge ahead. The crystalline path. Graha's paved the way for us. Difficult as it is, we must carry on. For our friends, and for all who await us in faith. So come, let us seek the path's beginning. It appears to be near the outpost. Look, Sai, a portal is opened. It will surely deliver us true, and it must. Well, here's where the path begins, and it ascends to dizzying heights. Let's make our way, one sure step at a time. Our friends got us this far. Their courage, their strength, their wisdom, their love. We owe it to them to continue, no matter how long it takes. I think I would scout the road ahead. Ishtola and Urianje would trade opinions on esoteric subjects.
Graha would join their discussion or else chat with me and Alice about a mission. Sin would be at the rear, apart yet present. All the while you would come and go, wherever you are needed, and together we would travel. All I can hear are my footfalls. My heartbeat. It's all so much quieter now. But the fact that we can breathe and continue on is proof that the others are still with us. They are, aren't they? The portal is barely visible from here. Truly, we've come far. Much farther than would have been possible had we kept chasing perfect ideals as we did in the past. It's because we have known failure and frustration that we have learned and grown from them that Hydaelyn has entrusted us with this mission, with the fate of this very star. It's all a dream, isn't it? A long, elaborate dream. Any moment now, I'll wake up in my bed, still a student, grandfather alive. I'd go about my day, relieved as the fragments of that other life fade away. And that would be happiness, wouldn't it? That none of it. No. No, I won't give up on these experiences. Good or bad, they are mine. They are me. Rest assured I am fine, but thank you for your concern. What of yourself? Though we cannot afford to be too leisurely, neither need we rush unduly. We've crossed an impossible distance to stand where we are now, and we're but a few steps away from the journey's end. It'll be over before we know it. Me? Oh, I still have plenty of legs left in me, don't you worry. It's you I'm worried about. You've always pushed yourself so hard for us. For everyone. And while we're here, we'll make sure that we bear our share of the burden. Well, this is it. The end of the path and the beginning of whatever awaits. There will be greater hardships. We may be made to feel powerless. Yet come what may, let us have no regrets. No, let us have pride in what we have achieved. In what we've achieved, and how it changes for the better. That's worth fighting for, and dying for, as they did. There's some structures up ahead. Still a ways to go before we reach that sun. Given all this, I know how naive it must sound to hope it all works out somehow. Still, you forgive me if I wish for it all the same. And for you most of all. Not that you of all people need it. It's just, after all the help you've given me, for once I want to be the one to help you. This is almost... normal?
It's not unlike many cities we know, but it's deathly quiet. Mayhap the inhabitants are within the buildings, or invisible to our senses. Wrong on both counts. There is simply no one here. Meteon. This is how I found it when I arrived. Another star which once pulsed with life, but no longer. How it ended I do not know. Invasion, sickness, suicide, none can say. None live to speak for the dead. They are gone. Search all you like, but you'll only end up turning back. If there's no one here, then neither should there be emotion to bar away. Yet Meteum seems convinced we'll turn back. What riddle is this? Whatever Meteum may have said, we should confirm it with our own eyes. We need to have a look around. Indeed, at the very least it doesn't appear to be a sprawling place like those before. If we split up, it shouldn't take too long to cover the area. Hello? Sai, take a look at this. If the road was a little longer, we could just take it, to just beneath the dead sun. But I suppose this is where the reconstruction ends. How about you? Did you find anything of interest? Not a thing. I see. I noticed the same things. Cups left upon tables, chairs out of place. I don't know what happened here, but I do know that I don't want to be alone anymore. We searched long enough. Let's find Alphino and compare what we learned.
Did you find anything?
No. This place is completely deserted. And I can't see how we're supposed to move on from here.
Neither can I. It's quite the quandary. There are no denizens to bar our path, yet there is no way forward.
For another mystery, we did find signs of very recent life. You'd swear everyone just vanished into thin air. I wonder how many ruined worlds like this has Meteor seen.
Could it be? Yes. Yes, I believe I may have puzzled this out. Despite how it appears, it's no different this time. There is someone here who has wished for this ruin. And I believe that together, Alize and I can overcome their will.
What? No, not you two. Not you two, please. No, I won't allow it.
I'm afraid it has to be done. For our comrades, for everyone on Aetheris, and for myself. I will not pretend otherwise. I have my fears. Not for myself, but for you. The last to remain. You are no stranger to carrying the burden of others. But I can only imagine how heavy the weight would be this time. As your friend, I cannot bear the thought of making you suffer so.
Then why suggest such a thing? It's too much to ask of anyone, even her. Why must she be the one? Why must she fight alone? More than a hero, she's a dear friend. Not only to us, but to so many others. There are so many people in the world who care for you, and yet...
Alize, I have an idea. Given the nature of this realm, it may be possible to do more than unbar our friend's path. We might also pave her a new one. For instance, a path where she finds happiness at journey's end.
What do you mean?
This much, I think we can believe with the utmost conviction, no matter how deep our despair. So please, believe in us too, and press on. Thank you. What are you?
If the plan's decided, then let's not dally.
I don't want to lose them too. Please.
Ah, there you are. It was as I said, was it not?
It was. We couldn't find anyone. But this place isn't entirely deserted, is it? You are here. You sought out a Star of Promise and found a ruined husk. Like us, you explored the devastation. Like us, you were stricken. Horrified by the thought that so many lives could be snuffed out as if they were worth nothing. And the thought that you would have to bear the terrible tidings to Hermes. That which you saw and felt, you shared with your sisters, as did they share their own grim findings with you. Overcome by the pervasive despair of these stars, some of you inadvertently ushered their peoples to their ends. Knowing the horrors you know, anyone would feel the same. They would fear what lies ahead and struggle to move forward.
Fear. I had forgotten that such a thing existed. So focused have I been on shepherding despair.
If you can remember, then you can still face and overcome your own fear.
Why would I bother with such an insignificant emotion? If the despair I command is as a raging river, then fear is but a trickling stream. It can do nothing to alter my flow. You spoke with the Aya, yes? Heard their tale of what awaits the universe. It's true. The stars grow colder and more distant. Eventually, all will enjoy frozen solitude. Using the power of Dynamis, I'm hastening that process. In so doing, nothing will be born ever again. Everyone will remain dead. Alas, it will take time for that to happen. So in mercy, I sent you my gift, to spare you needless suffering. Don't worry. Even if no living witnesses remain to mark the event, I'll make certain that Aetheris has a proper end.
For all the power you wield, you're more fearful than the familiar you used to be. That Meteion feared simply to move forward. But your fear is such that you've given up on everything. I know it well. That sense of defeat. I've tasted my fair share of it. But as many times as we've fallen down, we've learned how to pick ourselves up and carry on. We take each other's hand, share in each other's courage, follow in each other's footsteps, and turn sorrow into strength.
There are times when we fail. We bear wounds that do not heal. But these experiences are part of life, and they make us stronger. We rise, fall, and rise again.
I can't look.
worry about us. You must take the next step, and all the rest after that.
Damn it!
Please. Please. Oh, please let them all be safe. Cryle? Are you all right?
It's nothing. Just a headache. They'll be fine. I know they will.
Apologies for the interruption. A man arrived on the last ferry. An associate of the Scions.
What?
He wishes to speak with you at once.
Ian? No, but... Gaius. No. Xenos.
If you need a push, I'll be right there behind you.
Do not despair. You are not without allies.
What we have sown in blood, we have reaped in suffering, and it cannot go on.
Upon the souls of they who have sacrificed themselves to pave the way for peace, we will never abandon our cause.
While it is true that man succumbs all too often to anger and avarice, he may yet overcome his baser instincts through the forming of bonds with others.
Such victories are rarely won without sacrifice, but the prize is worth the price.
And we for our part are glad indeed to be able to welcome friends both old and new.
your tears for the morrow. You may be sure we will have ample cause to shed them, be they for joy or despair.
From tragedy and sacrifice, we rise to greet a new dawn.
A future shaped by the choices we made in ways we could never foresee.
Yet miracles do happen, so let us pray and will our friends home. I won't stop praying until I know they're safe.
Look to the light within, that you may continue to serve as a beacon to others.
Let's finish this.
Here the path ends. There is no way to reach our nest. I told you. Resignation and acceptance reign in this place. The rejection of life by those who came to curse it. Those whose dreams were unfulfilled, whose prayers were unheard, whose labors were unrewarded. Hope cannot deliver you unto hopelessness. Our refuge is beyond you. Always has it been. Such is the nature of this place. You should have remained on Atheris. Struggle will avail you not, nor will it grant your comrades peace. Come, let me relieve you of your burden. You've suffered enough.
Asm's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back. But you mustn't.
How do we make peace with
That's why it's too soon for this to end.
There are so many people in the
You
world.
must triumph.
Drink of calamity and drown in.
Be safe, all of you, and come back.
Oh, it was all
I am ever grateful.
What I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know.
After all these years, is this the answer I was hoping for?
So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
And Godspeed.
Perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
Do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
I'll reach you. I'll find a way.
bid them remember, but all this time I'm the one who had forgotten. A right fool you've made of me, Hermes.
Emmett?
Oh, come now. It's been a gripping tale. Unbreakable bonds and noble sacrifice, sprinkled with moments of levity to counterbalance the pathos. It's got it all.
Thanks.
I, for one, would have been perfectly content to watch enraptured from the stalls. But I won't say no to a bit part.
What are you?
Half-faded souls of the dead. Isn't it painfully obvious? Worry not. We haven't the power to defeat you, nor is it our duty to do so. Not anymore. That being said, we do have a score to settle. So here I am, Vinar. I suppose you needed me to tie it all together, these frayed threads of our history. But knowing you, I suspect there's a joke in it too. Oh yes, I can imagine you gloating over my forgetfulness. Were I feeling charitable, I might assume you had left room for the possibility of this outcome. Even so, you'll get no applause from me. A single gesture will not lighten the burden I've had to bear. Still, you must be commended. Our methods would not have brought mankind this far. And so, as a show of respect to the last of us, I make this declaration. You will not end our journey. That is our answer. The answer of all lives of Atheris, past and present.
As you've called us to the stage, so shall we perform. And creation magics never fail to please. Drawing upon the hopes of your comrades, we will make for you a new path.
What form said path takes depends on you. So focus. Focus and envision that which rejects the claim that you cannot attain your goal.
Ours is the wisdom to weave the fabric of reality. Ours is the power to create.
The Elpis flowers.
Meteor, though I gave you these wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet. Learn to walk and run, and so much more. A flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
These Elpis blooms serve as proof that this realm is not utterly devoid of hope. No more can you deny its power. No more is yours the dominion of despair. In case the practical implications were lost on you, your comrades no longer need fight their fight. So go on. Call them back to your side.
Thank you, Emmett. This.
May you ever walk in the light.
How disappointing. Not even a single scar in the making to brag about.
You'll find a way regardless.
Honestly, this is far more than any of us could have hoped for. Let us be thankful.
Indeed. That we thus stand reunited is a gift. Let us not squander it, and see that we all return to Etheris.
Aye. As soon as we've averted the final days.
Good to see you again. Our heroic sacrifice paid off, I take it.
Come, my friends. Let us carry on and finish it. Together.
Let's. It's over, Meteon.
Can you hear me? The voice is within, crying in pain, wailing in sorrow, hurting, hurting. End it. Silence it. Silence our song of oblivion.
The way is open. They can proceed.
So it seems.
You're leaving?
Of course. The encore is finished, and I will not suffer myself to live again by Heideling's magic. But more than that, the future you seek is not the past we loved. That is why we fought, and why I lost. But though you defeated me, my ideals are inviolate, invincible. Spare me your pity. I have no use for it. If you would do something for me, save our star. See this tale to a triumphant conclusion, and with elation in your hearts, bid the final curtain fall. Only then may it rise again, and a new tale begin, with new parts for all to play. Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty? Or the treasure islands beyond the frozen waters of Blind Frost in Offerd's north?
No.
The fabled golden cities of the New World. The sacred sites of the forgotten people of the South Sea Isles. What about Mericidia, the southern continent? Do you know aught of its present state of affairs? I thought not. Even of your little Eorzea, you know precious little. The true identities of the 12, for instance. All of which is to say, expand your horizons, go forth and seek discovery. Some of the civilizations in the reflections will surprise you. As the bearer of Azem's crystal, you may consider your duty to see at least that much. I certainly did.
I pray we meet again. If not in this life, then perhaps another. Whensoever it should be, I trust it will be a most joyous reunion.
For you, maybe. I want nothing to do with it.
Oh, don't be that way.
I don't think I ever knew what to say to the man. In retrospect, it always felt like the wrong thing. But the past notwithstanding, he came to your aid in your moment of need. We are here, and we will not squander this chance he has given us. We will see this tale to a triumphant conclusion, and bid the final curtain fall. Endwalker. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn stand ready for the finale. Are you ready, Sai? Now let's set forth for the reckoning. Having come this far, I know everyone's resolve is beyond doubt, so I will say only this. Within that dead sun swirls the emotions of Meteon, the emotions that Meteon has hoarded. The emotions of innumerable souls who strove for happiness but failed. As it was with the denizens of Ultima Thule that barred our way, it is not for us to rebuke and admonish. 'Twas only by passing judgment on the tragic legacies of others that we arrived at this moment. Rather, it was by opening our hearts to their despair, by understanding and acknowledging their fates, while still refusing to share in them ourselves, to hold fast to hope, not in ignorance, but by choice. Should you struggle to do so, I am here to help, as you have all helped me. Let's put an end to the end. Aye. The dead end's now accessible. Oh, it's a dungeon. I was hoping to bring everyone.
I stand ever ready.
So you are finally here, in this place between death and rebirth, where life knows no dawn. Come then. Follow me down into the darkest depths of despair. Once upon a time, there was a beautiful blue star that fell to pestilence and rotted inside and out. The more its people clung to life, the more they suffered. until they curse not the illness, but their fellow corrupted. Those who lived festered. Those who died decayed.
Stefano! Oh, thank God, Elise. No. Ah, what a waste.
And the very last of them wish they had never been born at all.
Oh.
In a faraway place, a brilliant star eradicated disease. Before destroying the selfsame lives it had saved.
Damn it.
You now. Allow me.
Communio!
You now.
Allow me. Hold still.
Its people sought ever greater freedoms no matter the cost.
damn it! Ah!
And when one asked, "What is the point?" there were none left to answer. Farther still existed a star without strife. Where none remembered life's trials or its joys.
Oh, hell.
what its people had gained from ease. They lost to apathy.
There. Hold still.
The Last Mercy, R'Allah.
So they created the kindest, most gentle of beasts. Bathed in its golden glow, they all slept happily ever after.
What the fuck?
You underestimate me! You underestimate me!
me!
Oh, crap.
You underestimate me!
You cannot stop us!
Ow. Again? River!
That you still stand. Your determination defies all reason. The souls within me writhe and recoil in your presence. What must I do? What pain must I visit upon you to make you surrender to despair?
No one is unbreakable. What pains one may weather may bring another to tears. But therein lies our strength. For when we fall, our brothers and sisters are there to raise us up, again and again, without end.
I see.
What the?
But no matter how much hope exists, ever will there be more despair. Ever will the living cast the present and the past the future. So shall sin into life ceases to be.
Seven hells!
On your guard.
The rage. It rises. Rises.
The End Singer. What the? Did you just throw a pair of planets at us?
Danger! Watch out!
Alpha, don't move! Oh.
Alpha, no.
We cannot comprehend. We cannot know. We cannot know.
Don't, please! Don't do this to them! To yourself!
Just one good strike.
Stop! Please stop!
We will not suffer alone. All will know our pain.
No, you don't!
Rah!
All unwashed in ice, a frozen waste, forever silent.
Wait!
I'll handle the rest from here.
You gifted them escape. And rendered yourself powerless. Bereft of the synergy you claim is your strength. Unless you need to call upon the dead once more. Defiant to the last. But you will be one with us ere long. You will be battered and torn and made to crawl. You will weep and wail and curse your impotence. Curse your life as it fades. As we did. As we died. Such pain and sorrow we felt. Such anguish and rage. We tried. We tried. But it was no use. Only when we surrendered did we find release. Only when we embraced death. So join us in despair and embrace yours. My ultimatum. What is happening?
What is...
Midgar's over!
Wait, no! Shinryu?!
everything, I find you, my friend.
Xenos!
Something in you once, as you did in me. When at last I understood what it was, I journeyed to Sharlayan to seek you out. Struck a bargain with the woman who shares your gift. In exchange for lending the Scions my aid, I was given the means to come hither.
Okay, how? The moon?
Gorging upon what remained of the Mother Crystal, I reclaimed the form of the dragon. And, hungry still for our reunion, I rode the light of the stars to you. I take it this is your prey. But why does it still live? Surely it is no match for you. I assumed you would be above something so banal as despair. Am I mistaken?
I don't want your help.
And I'd rather not give it. Nay, I would have preferred that we enjoy a private reunion. So come! Let us dispense with this distraction, you and I!
Fine!
You struggle in vain. You will not silence our song of oblivion.
The final day now accessible. Alright. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break while I wait for the queue. And I'm back.
Alright, we're gonna be joined by one of my free company buddies, who's offered to help join us a healer to make it faster. Hey, there we go. Yeah, that definitely is a much faster queue. Holy shit. Thanks, Madao, if you're ever watching this. Come on, buddy. We're waiting for you. Ah. There we go. Oh my god, we're riding on Shinryu's back. I didn't even notice. The End Singer.
You will never reach it. Will never reach the deliverance you seek.
We'll see about that.
Ends this day. There is nowhere you can flee that we cannot follow.
Even stars must die.
Oh, Jesus! Crap! Ah! There we go. Oh, hell. Ooh, Jesus. Oh, crap! Ah! I didn't realize that. Oh, come on! This is gonna hurt! Ugh. What the?
All of us have known despair.
Ah, damn it!
We have seen the end.
probably dead now. Yep. Thank you.
Again and again.
What the fuck? Holy shit! Oh, they blow up when they collide.
Only emptiness remains.
Holy shit!
It's so lonely between the stars. We have seen the end.
Hell! Ah, crap. Heal her down.
The same end. Again and again.
Ah, crap! Ah!
If there is no happiness in life,
what?
There is only one place it may be found.
Oh, hell no. I will face the end head on! Huh. Oh, there we go. Oh, I think I was too early. Ah, too early.
Our hunt ends this day. There is nowhere you can flee that we cannot follow.
Even Sard must die.
Fuck. Okay, at least I know what to expect now. Ugh. Middle. Woo! That's a little close.
All of us have known despair.
Oh, crap.
We have seen the end. The same end. Again and again.
Whoa! Crap, I keep getting that's the party wide.
Ugh.
A sorrow so deep only emptiness remains.
That is so close! Oh, metal!
We have seen the end. The same end. Again and again.
There we go.
This is a conquest.
Ooh, I did not mean to do that!
If there is no happiness in life, there is only one place it may be found.
Yeah, really, kinda don't need to do the LB3 by the looks of it. Then again, it does get reset right after. No, fuck it.
Oblivion.
Oh!
No matter. You only delay the inevitable. This is fate.
Oh, hell!
Your time has come. It always does.
We're not done yet!
What is this defiance? No. The hatred, the pain, the loss. We cannot suffer it again.
We will stand against fate.
No matter the cost.
We've been here before. Many a time.
Thus do we know.
To never give up.
The hope will shine again.
That is all the...
What I saw. It can only
Carry on. Wings of hope, she dances through the night.
No light, no star, nor the universe itself. None should hope for better.
Let's finish this! Yeah!
If this was not the answer, then what is it? Where lies happiness?
course.
No matter where we flew, there was only darkness and loneliness and pain. We couldn't find the answers Hermes yearned for. The answers he deserved. Greetings, you who are my final encounter. I wish to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts. May we please be friends? Yes, I can see them. The memories of a long, long journey. So many people. The thoughts of them overflowing in your heart. What they live for. What gives their lives meaning. There was never a single answer. You gather pieces of happiness, precious and fragile, only to lose them. Then start again. On and on it goes, until death takes you into its gentle embrace. That which Hermes sent us to find was there all this time, on Aetheris.
We created it together.
Like a field of flowers, perhaps. At first a single blossom. It spreads and takes on more colors. Thank you for guiding me here. To find these words at journey's end fills me with joy. And so, before I fall forever silent, there is one thing I must do. No expression of regret will undo what my sisters and I have done, or restore what we have stolen. But if you would allow it, I would sing one last song. A song of the newfound joy that swells in my heart. Of the beauty of light when it shines across a dark and starless sea. Of a dream that from the soil of worlds now lost to sorrow, life will spring forth once more, nourished by gentle rains and caressed by uplifting winds. A song of hope.
to her normal self.
One day, life will fill the universe again, and Hermes will see this and smile. How, I do not know. But I do know that where there is a will, there is a way. After all, miracles happen every day, do they not? I will create a path back to your ship, where your dear friends await. Hold in your heart your desire to return to them, then follow my lead and walk forth. That hope will surely guide you true.
Shooting star. It's finally over.
You mean to return to the world where you are hailed as a hero.
Ah, right. I almost forgot.
Hear me then. Not as a hero, but as simply you. As I learned in Alamigo, you are a formidable foe. Stronger than any I have faced. Against you, I need bring my all to bear. I need burn through the candle of my life. This is the sole pleasure I know. And it is the sole pleasure I have to share. And so I come before you to issue challenge and offer singular bliss. If you wish to walk away, I will not stop you. You value life. You do not burn yours save for reasons you deem worthy. Reasons such as those which brought you here. The salvation of a world and its people. The motives of a hero true. But there is more to you than that. You know this to be true. As surely as you know the thrill of pushing your body and soul to their limits. Of confronting ever mightier foes, dancing ever closer to the precipice. Wondering if this will be the one to finally fill the void. Such pleasures you seek for their own sake, and no other reason. Is this not so, adventurer?
I've had enough of you. It ends here.
Ha! Finally mustered the desire to kill me, have you?
Mustard? I've had ever since the day you took my bloody eye!
Strike me down in this forsaken place. I nothing back. Push yourself to your limit and me to mine. Show me your fortitude. Soon you will know the full extent of my power.
Ugh.
Ah, my soul! How it burns!
Ugh. Cheap bastard.
I know the inferno swelling within you.
Ah, of course.
Come, let all creation be consumed by our ravenous fervor. I have you.
Ah!
Do not tell me your light's fire is already spent.
Far from it.
Yes, Have I overestimated your potential?
Just shut up and fight!
Until the last of me is spent.
That can be a ray. Whoa!
Now fall. This is my moment. Our moment.
Oh shit! Gotcha!
That I should lose again.
disappointing. Never have I understood those around me. Understood their obsessions. Besieged by their banality, the world is a mire of tedium and trivialities. But in these fleeting moments, there is a spark. Blinding. Brilliant. Gone. Too soon. What of you, my mirror? Born into this world, bestowed name, bid to seek out strife and adventure. Was this life a gift or a burden? Did you find fulfillment?
Can you hear? Safe. Must tend it. Open your... Please.
Someone, and...
Please.
You can't leave us! Not like this! If you do, I'll never forgive you. So come on! Open your eyes and get up!
you with us?
More or less.
Oh, thank the heavens. For a moment we thought...
Am I really alive?
Yes, you're alive. You're alive. You... How can you keep your promise if you're not here?
Another fine show you've put on, my friend.
A fine show indeed. What were you thinking? Fighting alone? Never do that again. My poor heart couldn't bear it.
Put yourself in our place. If you hadn't returned, how do you think we would feel? And if that sounds harsh, it's because we care.
We tended to thy wounds as best we could. But how is the pain? That is gladdening. Grievous as thine injuries were, however, I would counsel repose for a time.
Gladdening! There's nothing gladdening about this.
Alice.
When Meteon appeared in here and told us that you were right behind her, we all got our hopes up. But you never came. And when you finally deigned to appear, you're within an ilm of your life. Damn you! Damn you for making us worry!
I'm sorry, Alice.
Oh, those were cries of celebration! Anyway, well, the important thing is that you're all alive and in reasonably good health, and we mean to get you back that way. As for your earlier request, I'm quite certain we're in range to make contact now.
Ah, excellent. Let us announce our return at once. I hope you're ready.
Huh?
While you were unconscious, we set out from Ultima Thule, you see. Can you stand? If so, you may wish to see what's outside.
Alright.
We're home, my friend. We're home.
Welcome home. Rah! Yes!
Welcome home, everyone!
Me too, Totoro. Me too.
Welcome home!
You'll have to forgive me for crying. I tried my damnedest to keep the tears away, but I just, God. I may have started this journey much later than others. In fact, I completely disregarded Final Fantasy XIV as a whole up until just only like half a year ago at this point now. It all stemmed from the fact that I heard of the original Final Fantasy XIV 1.0. I was told that it was awful. It was an awful MMO, and back then I think I was knee deep in. Was I still playing WoW back then? I can't quite remember, but I was knee deep in some other game at the time, and I didn't even bother to give Final Fantasy XIV a second glance. And I scoffed at the fact that they would just reset the entire story and they made Realm Reborn. I thought it just meant it was a sign of desperation, and that the expansions up until that point, up until the point where I started, that being Heavensward and Stormblood, and then Shadowbringers. I wasn't quite aware that Heavensward was award-winning in its story, and I'm pretty sure that if I did hear the news back then, I
again would have scoffed at the notion. But then, during the mid to late summer of this year, I decided, why not? Why not give it a shot? And thus, I started the free trial. I started in Gridania as a Lancer in Mikote. So I just thought, hey, cat boys, they look cute. Might as well go for it. And Lancer, it becomes a Dragoon later, and they're kind of cool. Might as well go for it. So, I played through A Realm Reborn, skipping most of its story. Heinous, I know. I thought it would be just a very standard fare fantasy plot where you are the chosen one and you must save the world and yada yada yada. And to some extent that is absolutely the case, but sometime during the post A Realm Reborn quests before Heavensward, I decided to read up on the story that I missed. And of course, it was its standard fantasy affair, but then I remembered that people always suggested that you should wait for Heavensward. And so, on the very day, just before the quest where you're invited to dinner in Old Da and you're subsequently framed for murdering Nanamo and the other Scions go missing in action, that's when I really started to pay attention to the story. And my god, what a fucking story. Alphino, the little self-absorbed brat that I grew to know, got his comeuppance and eventually became someone I would consider my adoptive son. Same with Alize. I didn't do Course with Bahamut until much, much later, so I wasn't all that, I wasn't super, like, exposed to what she was like before she joined the gang during Heavensward. But like Alphino, I found her endearing, and although I'm not much of a God. Although I'm not really one to have children in real life, I would gladly adopt her along with Alphino. Who else? Who else? Yes. Thancred. I have to say that Thancred was probably, throughout his various iterations, he probably would have been some variation of the ideal person I wanted to be at some point in my life. When I was young, as a dumb, naive teenager, I wanted to be the ladies' man, although he was a bit of a dork at it. Then during Heavensward, he was the bit of an edgelord, and I suppose that would resonate with me back in my emo years. But now he's like the fun uncle, or dad cred, yes, as some people call him. The kind of man I would aspire to be. What I would aspire to be now. Urianger. I thought nothing of him for the majority of the story. Even a part way through Heavensward, I just thought he was just this mysterious Shakespearean guy that had a really awful sense of fashion. Then it turned out that he betrayed the Scions, and I thought, oh, we're gonna kill him. Fine, whatever. But as it turned out, he only had the Scion's best interest at heart. And although his methods were questionable, I did eventually
come to like the guy. And after that scene where he met Moonbreeder's parents, or talked with them at least, he's by far become one of my favorites again, Zion's. Ishtola, honestly, I find her pretty middling as a waifu. But I have to admit, I do find her sass and her energy as a tired aunt / adopted mom quite endearing. And I do have to admit, she is kind of attractive, physically speaking. Who else? Reen. Again, I was hesitant to consider her like the new Minfilia when she was shown in Shadowbringers. But eventually she would grow to become her own person. And although I haven't done the Eden Raids quite yet, I still feel confident that I like her as a character. And like Alphino and Alize, I would gladly adopt her if I was given the option. And speaking of Shadowbringers, or Stormblood actually, it was after Hemsworth I decided to become a Viera, the Viera you see today. Her story is, well, basically after my first character, the Mikote, on the bridge where you fight Nidhogg for the final time and you remove his eyes from Zinnia's armor. In my headcanon, my first Warrior of Lights, also Dragoon, took both eyes and threw himself off the bridge to save Alphino and Estidian, who were struggling tremendously from the influence of the eyes, and so he sacrificed himself to save them. And thus came in Zai Solness, the new Warrior of Light, a red mage by trade, which accompanied Alice on her off-screen adventures. She joined the Scions, helped liberate Alamigo and the Far East, and became a bit of sort of a rival to Xenos. She didn't like him at all. Like, no, there's no question about it. She hated his guts. But I, as a player, I can't help but see a little bit of myself in him, in the fact that he's a type of... If Xenos was a player, like one of us, he would be a high-end raider. The one that would strive to become the first ones to clear, like, the ultimate raids and all that. And he would do everything. He would complete all the game's hardest challenges. But then he would just grow bored after conquering everything. And so he would seek new challenges. And that challenge came in the Warrior of Light, Zai Solness. Then, after defeating Xenos and throughout these post-Stormblood adventures, Zai does eventually get a rematch with Xenos' body in the Gimlet Dark. They fight to the bitter end, almost, but eventually the body of Xenos gains the upper hand and, attempting to deliver the coup de grace, ruins Zai's right eye. But thankfully, because of Estinian's intervention, she does manage to survive. And we get to Shadowbringers and Grahatia. Again, I didn't pay much mind in A Realm Reborn. In fact, I kind of forgot he existed. But at some point after, I think it was like the third dungeon, the Katana Rabble, I read up on the story of the Crystal Tower, and I couldn't help but find Graha to be a bit of a dork, but I liked him. So when I saw him after the fight against Vothri, I felt something, to be honest. And as that story continued, and eventually Graha became one of our own, one of the Scions, he showed his But besides, is basically an adoring fan and a complete dork. And I'll admit, if I were in his shoes, I would idolize the Zions just as much as he does. Honestly, I'll be honest. I see a lot of myself in Graha. His willingness to put down his own life for the sake of others. His adoration for his idols and his sheer dorkiness is just... I can't help but feel that's like me to a T. And then Estinian. As a Dragoon, I'm quite familiar with Estinian. He was part of the late game Realm Reborn Dragoon quests, and those were actually the one I actually paid attention to those when I first played them. And again, I saw him as a bit of a big, broody and edgy type, but I did kind of respect him in a way. So I was surprised to see he actually had a proper role in the story of Heavensward, and I grew to, how should I say, what's the word I'm looking for? Tolerate him. I wasn't quite of a fan. I wasn't as much of a fan of how especially broody he was during the story of Heavensward, but by the end, where you save him from the eyes of Nidhogg, and during the events of Stormblood, where he occasionally helps in the background, I've come to respect him as well. And I'm not afraid to admit that Estinian is a total badass. It makes me proud that I started as a Dragoon. I suppose with Yatsu, we could also talk a little bit more about the antagonists. Gaius, the antagonist of A Realm Reborn. Back then, I also saw him as just this typical evil guy. Same with La Brea. I didn't really care much about the fact that La Brea took over Thancred's body, and I'll be quite honest, my opinion is probably lessened even more after replaying the Praetorium several times and basically cyberbullying both of them.
Tell me, for whom do you fight? How very glib.
But when Gaius made his return in post-Stormblood and throughout Shadowbringers, I was shocked to find him alive, first of all, but also to see how much he had changed. I thought he would be another antagonist when we met him a second time, but he's become one of our closest allies. And then the Warlet side quests. The quest where you fight the Ruby weapon, Emerald weapon, Sapphire weapon, and so forth. Find out he was actually the adoptive dad of several Aura orphans, and took care of them in the background. And as it turned out, his speech of the strong should rule the weak was actually as an encouragement to those kids. And the fact that he would bend over backwards to save them when they became part of the weapon projects. If I may get a bit personal, it does remind me in a way of my own father. Or rather, who I wish my father was. Anyway. Nidhogg. Again, I like Nidhogg. His motivations are more than founded. I mean, most of his species and family were wiped out over a dumb misunderstanding, which was perpetuated by the church in Ishgard. So, I find Nidhogg to be a I'm sorry, I'm struggling to find the words right now. I'm just going through so many emotions right now. He was a sad villain, and I feel bad for him. Ilberd. Fuck Ilberd, honestly. We could have avoided the whole base of Shinryu if we just chopped his goddamn head off in Balestar's wall. Stormblood. I already talked about Xenos. Yatsuyu. Not a fan of her, to be honest. She served her role well enough in the main story, where she was, you know, the manipulative, bitchy antagonist, but also kind of hot, and I kind of wanted to step on her. But I wasn't a fan of the whole amnesia/redemption arc she had throughout the post-Stormblood story. Especially considering the fact that her memories return just like that. And I get it. It's because she's supposed to... She used to think that the world was just against her and there was nothing to live for. And then she would have had to relearn that as Suyu. And she did. But still, I can't help but feel that it's just kind of forced. Who else? Oh yeah, Fordola. I don't really have strong opinions on her, to be honest. And then, Shadowbringers. What was my favorite expansion to date might still be, depending on my mood. I'm not really sure, to be honest. It introduced Ranjit, who's just a Xenos, but nowhere near as interesting, to be honest. But then, Emmett Selk. He alone managed to turn the Ascians from a bunch of Team Rocket villains just bent on destroying the world just cuz, to an even sadder and more tragic villain. And I'll be honest, if I was in Emmett's shoes, I would do the exact same things he would. He just missed. Before he got his memories back, he thought he was one of the last Ascians alive, and that it was his duty to bring them back and resurrect Zodiark. And also the fact that he's just an absolute ass and sassy as hell on top of that. And he also helped us on several occasions throughout the story. I like him, and I would half-jokingly say that he would be my husband if I wanted to marry someone. Probably not a healthy relationship, but what is, to be honest? What is? Yeah. And then Elidibus. I feel pretty similar way with him. I just found it so tragic that when we finally chase him to the top of the Crystal Tower in the first, and we confront him and ask him what he's fighting for, he's just stumped because he doesn't even know anymore. But despite that, there's one of the best fights in the fucking game. I love the fight against the Warrior of Light. And when I saw Elidibus a second time when we went back to the past, and when he said that he would offer his own life to show us Elpis, that hurt. That hurt. Fandaniel. Again, he's also rather tragic in a sense, but honestly, I found his antics to be a bit too funny to take him seriously. Zodiark, a little bit disappointed that he didn't really get to see who Zodiark was, because the one time we get to see him face to face, he's being possessed by Fandaniel. And then Meteon. I'll admit, I was not expecting that little Harpy girl to be the final boss. But to find that there's actually a reason beyond just a surplus of ether being the reason that we can use limit breaks. That our characters' emotions are actually the power that they draw forth during the limit breaks. And there's a tangible force behind it, and the reason behind it is just... my mind was blown. And I'm glad that we could actually bring the real Meteon back, as it were. The other characters did say that she was on the ship for a moment, but I didn't see her, so... I don't know, maybe he'll explain it in the post-credits scene, but I like Meteon. Again, I may have joined this 8-year-long story much later in its lifetime, but it feels like I've been waiting for so long to complete this tale, and... God. If I may be a little bit pretentious for a moment, Final Fantasy XIV isn't just a game, it's an experience. An experience that is well worth paying every single cent for all the expansions and all the subscriptions and everything. I love this game. I love the story, I love the Scions, my found family, Forgive me. Thank you, Square Enix, for making such an unforgettable experience. And I'm sorry for brushing you off for so many years. I should have given it a chance. I really should have. Much earlier than I did. But I'm so glad I finally did this summer. And especially big thanks to the community. I'm usually not a huge fan of big multiplayer games, and MMOs especially, because many people in their communities are toxic to a fault. But time and time again, the Final Fantasy community has shown to be just so wholesome and respectful. The people in the various city-states just playing music and hosting parties and all manners of just fun RP events. And when the voice actor for Thames died, I gathered in front of the Thames Manor in respect. And I was so heartened to see how many people there were. I'm sorry. Just... I think it's safe to say that Final Fantasy XIV is my favorite game of all time. And I'm so excited to see what Square Enix will do with the rest of it in post Endwalker and beyond. I will be there every step of the way from now on. That is a promise. Oh yeah, and Fortunald. I'm really sad we didn't get an opportunity to just punch him in the face. I mean... I know he turned out to be a good guy after all, but... the fact that he would disown his own kids just because they disagreed with him. And again, I know he was... I know the fact that his hands was tied because of the fucking forum, but still... When we first met him in Post Shadowbringers, I wanted to punch him so badly. But hey, at least we get to punch Xenos in the face.
I wonder if it's going to be something of what Emmett hinted at.
Yeah, possibly. Yes. Yeah, right. All the different other places, Mysidia, and all the different places that are in the Eorzea that we haven't even seen yet. We haven't explored. We don't even know what's going on there. Yeah, I'm sure there's still going to be more than enough content for future expansions, and I am beyond excited for that.
But
I'm not going to end the stream just yet, because I'm sure there's going to be an end post-credit scene, but I want to thank you all for coming today. And thanks to Square Enix for making this wonderful experience. And thank you, the community, for showing me just how wonderful it is. And if anyone else wants to try it, well, I'm sure some of you probably know the free trial copy pasta by heart at this point. But in all seriousness, if there's anyone here that has yet to play the game and are curious if they should, please, I implore you, try the free trial and decide for yourself. I can personally attest that I fell for those for those incessant messages, or caved rather, as I said earlier in this heart-to-heart, I suppose. But I will say it is well worth your time, and well worth your money if you do decide to buy the full game. I need to get some tissues, I'll be right back. Oh, and I also want to give huge thanks to my free company, No Surrender. To Suto, Madao, and all the others for helping me clear past content I was afraid to do solo. For teaching me all the different things that I could do. And I'm so glad to be a part of your free company. Anyway, I suppose we can continue on to the post-credits. I'm sorry if this ended up being a bit long-winded and a bit personal, but I just had to put all my thoughts into words. I hope you can forgive me for that. Alright. Oh shit, this is different. Oh, God damn it. Yeah. Damn it, here come the waterworks again.
Oh my god. Look at Hermes.
Dearest mother, dearest father, this letter will be the very last that I write to you from the rising stones. As I commit these words to parchment, I fondly recall my journey as a scion. From the time I first walked into the Order's former halls, to the time I set forth to forestall the final days. At the farthest reaches of the Sea of Stars, we fought the battle of our lives. Fought against despair itself, a veritable maelstrom of it, fed by the resignation that dwelled in the hearts of beings not so unlike ourselves. Full oft have I harbored the same malaise. Have I been brought to my knees, crushed by the weight of sorrow and defeat, convinced that I will never rise again. However, I have also known many moments of unbridled joy and happiness. By this truth do I find hope within, blooming resplendent, like the Elpis flower. And thus do I endure. Do I look forward to creating more memories with my friends and loved ones. For from these fertile seeds, yet more hope shall spring forth. And they will grow to become shining lights that illuminate the dark. Thus believing, I leave the rising stones behind, as will my comrades.
Really?
For, as we have decided, after careful deliberation, we are disbanding the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
What?
There you are, Alphino. Everyone is already gathered in the foyer.
My apologies. I'll be right there. At least, that is what the story will be.
Oh?
Sorry to keep you all waiting.
What could you possibly have left to do now?
Oh, just a letter.
I imagine it will be a while before we can gather like this again.
So it must be, if we're to keep up appearances. From now on, it falls to the Grand Company of Eorzea and its allies to deal with the realm's crises.
Meanwhile, we shall return to our erstwhile ways. Retreating from plain sight to take our place in the shadows once more.
Indeed. For the foreseeable future, I expect that we must work independently as we seek out problems that want for solving. But a day will come when we face another great challenge, and we will face it together, as we always have.
As much as I look forward to that day, I do hope it doesn't come anytime soon.
Give it a couple of years.
Well, formal association or no, if any of you should require my services, you need but ask. I'll be glad to keep my lance arm honed.
I'll hold you to that. So you had better keep your link pearl on hand.
So you really mean to stay, Tataru?
Oh, someone has to keep the Rising Stones in proper order. And even a super-secret organization requires a super-secret base of operations.
I mean, is it really, though, if we're...
To the rest of the world, it will be naught more than a workshop for Eorzea's foremost up-and-coming artisan. If you thought our coffers were full to bursting before, just wait till I can devote myself wholly to the crafts.
Plotting to build a mercantile empire to rival that of Lord Lodorito, are we?
I mean, she is a Lalafell.
I, for one, look forward to your future successes, Tataru. As do I our next meeting.
And with that, I believe it is past time you all made ready to depart. Leave no preparations undone or words unsaid, all right? Now, off with you.
Okay, had to... Ah, shit. Ah, fuck, I didn't mean to skip that one. Whoops. That's not more music in my head. Speaking of heads, I was worried about yours, and the rest of you, for that matter. On the mend, I trust. Glad to hear it. You were in a bad way, and healing magic no. I'm impressed at how swiftly you've recovered. Then again, it's hardly the first time you've cheated death. Your strength of will has never failed to astonish me. Look at what you've accomplished. Mitya undefeated, her Song of Oblivion cut short, and the source and all her reflections delivered from the final days. If you had faltered at last, then all hope would have been lost. But you held fast. Now Reen has a tomorrow to look forward to, and I could ask for no greater gift than that. As for a lesser gift, however, the next time you see her, I would appreciate you not describing my travels plans with Urianger as aimless wandering. We have a purpose to our roaming, after all. Keep an eye on things in the absence of the Scions on the world stage. There'll never be an end to the little problems that go on untended by the nations.
We will do our best to help out where and when we can. Which I suppose is an approach not far removed from aimless wandering, wherein you get down to it. Perhaps you could tell I'm faring well, and leave it at that, eh? No need to mention this feeling of being uprooted. I've never been one to stand still for long, but when I think of home, 'tis the writing stones which comes to mind. How many times have we set out from this base, thence to return when our work was done? On the day the signs came together, I had only hoped for Minfilia to find a place where she belonged, but never did expect to find one here for myself. Indulge me, Sai, I have a question for you, and imagine Minfilia herself is asking. Are you glad you joined the Scions? Best decision I've ever made. I can honestly say the same. But all good things must come to an end, at least for a time. Should you need a helping hand for infiltration or reconnaissance, you know who to ask. I'll come running, and you'll likely get a certain funny-talking fortune teller into the bargain. No, we're really going through each and every character, huh? Alright. If you have something to say, then out with it. Just... just worried how you'll earn your keep now. You talk as if the scientist's illusion was more than a mere pretense. There may be fewer calls to action, but we should be compensated as before. Why are you so concerned for me anyway? In case I do not want for options. Even if some are worse than others. No sooner did Amory hear about the disbandment that he offered me a position as a guardsman for the Imperium district. As former Azure Dragoon, I'm guaranteed to be popular, he said. Who does he take me for? Even without his meddling, I'm perfectly capable of finding employment, and have. Some days ago, a Hanish envoy arrived with word from Vitra. The worm requests my presence as soon as things have settled here. He didn't deign to mention why I'm needed, but it pertains to dragons, like as not. In Thavnair, like elsewhere, the phenomenon called for the final days abated when you defeated Meteon. It was too late for those who had already transformed. Life is beginning to return to normal for the survivors. Of those who sought refuge in Charlian, most have already returned home. But many do not have a home to return to, or loved ones. By an arrangement between Vitra and the Forum, such souls may remain in Charlian if they wish, to work and study. Vitra was always such a trap in truth. It's gratifying to see him become one in name as well. One who has the complete confidence of his people. If the envoy's tone was any indication. I often find myself speaking favorably of dragons of late. Not so long ago, I would have assumed his benevolence hid ulterior motives, but it's clear he cares for his people, and they in turn revere him. To know such a nation may flourish is comforting. Vitra's kin have sought release from conflict. So weary were they of the suffering that it wrought, they surrendered to oblivion. But Midgar Sormer didn't give up. In hope, he made the journey to distant Aetheris for the clutch of eggs. And though his progeny went to become embroiled in conflict with men, there were times where they transcended the hatred to abide in harmony. That is their legacy, and their triumph. In my lance, I feel the weight of their struggle and the strength of their resolve.
and it lends me strength. These things I might have never learned had I not joined you. Should you ever have need of me, I will come. At the very least, it might be an opportunity to earn coin. Mercenary to the last, hey Justinian? How are the cats doing?
Oh, are you saying your farewells too? I hadn't at present planned on a journey of any great length. Not that I am averse to a moment or two of quiet reminiscence. In fact, there was something I've been meaning to ask you. Something that has been my thoughts since the last flames of the final day subsided.
Sure, go ahead.
During our travels, we witnessed more than a lifetime's worth of oddities and spectacles. More than can be easily recalled or remembered. And nestled among those memories are certain essential facts. The history of Aetherius and the ancients. Glimpses of the Ea, of their culture and philosophy. Rather than simply hoard such treasures in my mind, I wonder if I should not be disseminating them in formal records for wider consumption. When needed, I have penned reports and prepared briefings, but ever have I balked the idea of binding the subject of my studies in a book or tablet. Truth is given shape in interpretation. When we seek to capture it with our words, it is invariably molded to fit the narrative, no matter how well-intentioned the rendering. An event is described as sad, a summation which fails to express the emotional complexity. Yet the word on the page is what endures, a pale shadow of reality. Throughout history, some have deliberately embellished the truth, but I believe many, if not most, deviations from the results of similar linguistic shortcomings, piling one upon the other until the end result is unrecognizable from its origin. Which is why I fear that writing an account of my own records would be akin to diluting the fine wine with water. Yet even with the potential of corrupted meaning, I do of course realize the importance of keeping written records. Without them, my search for wisdom would be a painful affair indeed. But what say you on the matter? Should I take up the quill? Reflect upon those experiences only we have shared, and seek to preserve them for our prosperity. Aye, let them be read and remembered. Very well then. I shall endeavor to pen what I can of the Ea and the ancients, and so many other wonders. But I am no scribe. It'll be less polished work and more of a reordering of scattered notes. Excuse me. In any case, I feel much better for having sought your opinion. Left to our own devices, we tend to overthink such things. I will otherwise return to following where my curiosity leads. After all, a safe method of travel is to the first yet eludes me, and our ventures into the great expanse has prompted an entirely new set of questions. Should you stumble into the unknown or struggle with some impenetrable mystery, know that I am at your beck and call. It never hurts to see things from a different perspective, and mine is rather different from most.
I suppose so, yeah.
Rahatia, my boy. Oh, Sai. Might you have a moment to talk? With the science stepping away from the public eye, I have been left to consider what new endeavors I might pursue. And after speaking with Kryl, I decided I will be assisting her in rebuilding the students of Baldesion. Not only am I indebted to Master Galuf for giving me a new home, but had our order never existed, I would have never set foot within the Crystal Tower. How different my life might have been. I would have never met you, never become the caretaker of the tower, never become a scion. You gave me the chance to do so much good, and I hope to continue to do so with the students. For an added benefit, new mysteries often find their way to our doorsteps. Mysteries that could prove ideal for fulfilling our promise to embark on a new adventure together, unlike any we've ever experienced before. Whenever you have the time and inclination, my friend, I stand ready to accompany you into the unknown. Do you recall in the realm of the Omicrons, when I asked you if you thought I might someday be mentioned in your epic? While it is true that to earn the place at your side would be the stuff of dreams, in the end, nothing would give me greater joy than to stand with you in the here and now. It needn't be some grand endeavor. There needn't be a promise. Whether adventure calls, I won't hesitate to invite you, and hope that you will do the same for me. Without a second thought. I'll hold you to that. As much as we've already seen, there is still so much we haven't. Who knows, perhaps we will even encounter survivors of the Omicron somewhere out there. Oh yeah, maybe. After all, given how they took to the stars, isn't it plausible that some found themselves far from home? And should we encounter a wayward traveler awaiting commands that will never come, I would bid them seek adventure with someone, and with that partner find new purpose, a new dream. For if crystals can hold fast to dreams, why not Omicrons? Wherever your plans may lead, do not hesitate to send word, and should a commission of interest of some come my way, you'll be the first to know. Okay. Give me just a second. There we go. Sorry about that. Oh, Sai, how are you feeling? Any lingering aches or pains? I can't apologize enough for sending Xenos to find you in Ultimate Thule. When he came to me and Charlie, and I was truly torn. As ever, there was only one thing left on his mind. Forced to make a decision, I reasoned that if he could not be deterred from seeking you out, he might at least aid us in our cause, and so I struck a bargain. In the end, he was true to his word, and you defeated him despite your earlier exertions. But knowing the state you were found in, it could have ended very differently. My decision to almost cost you your life, and no words could express the remorse I feel. I won't lie, I thought that was it for me. So did everyone. I'm so sorry, Zai. Time and time again, I've been made to feel woefully inadequate. I wasn't of much use in battle, nor could I face the forum without my nerves getting the better of me. It always fell to you and the others. I must and will do better. And and I shall begin with the restoration of the students of Maldesian. Through our work, Charlemagne will strengthen its ties with the other nations, that we may be better prepared to face whatever threats arise in the future. Of course, this isn't something I can accomplish alone, but thankfully I have the staunchest help of Raha and Ojika and our other remaining members. Together, we'll continue Grandfather's work. As before, certain commissions will take us to dangerous locales, and we may need to call upon seasoned adventurers. One sec. In such times, might you be willing to assist us? Not because you feel obliged, mind you, but because you feel the allure for the task itself. You know it. Marvelous. Should something of interest arise, I shan't hesitate to reach out to you. Until that day, I shall endeavor to become a more dependable comrade. We're gonna be saving the best for last. Sigh, thou hast spoken with our comrades. Though this pardon be not for evermore, 'tis none the less occasion for sorrow, akin to a pixie's path, the navigation of such farewells is perilous endeavour indeed. For their part, however, the Loperites embark upon new beginnings. Though bereft of its purpose as a vessel, the moon yet remaineth hospitable for the creatures of Aetheris. Thus do our lunar visitors convene with the Forum, and set upon assigning some new and beneficial role to our solitary satellite. Yet ere that may come to pass, there is much more each party must learn of the other, a process which doth promise to be eventful indeed. To that end, a cadre of Loperites hath gleefully dispersed across our lands in the name of mutual understanding. Heidelin, 'tis said, did imbue them with her love for all things born of the star. And 'tis Venat's own nature, I believe, which doth manifest in this irrepressible, inexhaustible curiosity of theirs. Having witnessed that which they strove to achieve, I wish most keenly for their long labors to be rewarded, that their abiding affection may for man result in a boon for all. Moreover, I hope to continue our acquaintance and share in such knowledge as they see fit to impart. Acquaintance? I call that friendship. I did not wish to presume. Aye, I will be honored should they consider me a friend. It is certainly true that I have grown fond of their company. But I shall digress no further. This day should belong to the science of the seventh dawn, to mine incomparable companions. Oft times hath mine reticence caused thee grief, and mine action spurred allies to suspect betrayal. And yet here amongst you I still stand. No amount of words could express my gratitude for thine acceptance and forgiveness. Thus instead, I do proffer my humble support. Be it unto the deepest abyss or the highest heavens, even if I must needs wander across stormy seas, ever shall I answer thy summons. Alright. Alphino or Alice? Alphino or Alice? Should I flip a coin, or does anyone in the chat want to decide? No? Alright. Coin flip it is. Heads, Alphino. Tails, Alice. Tails. Sai, see to your preparations, have you? I was just making another step, sweeping my belongings. Wouldn't do to find I've forgotten something halfway to my destination. Oh, in case you haven't heard, we received new reports detailing the devastation caused by the final days. It appears the situation is gravest in lands surrounding the Bounty, where the sky first began to burn. After that, the calamity was observed in the far north, in Garlemald, and the frozen lands beyond. We've also had reports of the heavens catching fire in isolated locations, one of which was in the area in the northern Empty. Had our quest taken any longer, Charlene too may have come under threat. Thank goodness it's over now. To be sure, blasphemies and lesser beasts may still be roaming about, but these localized crises should be well within the capacity for each nation to handle on their own. The Scions are no longer needed. Which isn't to say that we won't help out when we can, of course. As individuals, no more of this order business. For my part, I'm heading to Garlemald with Alphino. They were among the worst affected, and still need all the help they can get. It won't be easy. An inevitable part of aiding those in need is coming face to face with tragedy. Knowing that doesn't make it any easier, though, that I'll curse my weakness, my inability to fix every problem and save every lost soul. But no matter how much it hurts, I won't give up. I'll do what I can for as many people as I can, begrudging no effort. And should I find myself discouraged, I will remember you. Think back fondly to one of the many moments of triumph and the accompanying determined expression. Even those that still annoy me in retrospect, like when you activated the teleporter without warning. Oh yeah. And should you hear about me, I want you to remember too. Remember that I'm out there somewhere, trying my very best. Think you can keep up with me? You asked for it, so you better watch out. Oh yes. Next time we meet, I'll be vastly improved, so don't be surprised when you find it still marveling at me. And now, finally, my son. No, Fortunal doesn't count, shut up! Oh, Sai, please forgive me for delaying the gathering. I was writing a letter, you see, to my parents. As busy as father has been, tending to the aftermath of the Exodus, he has been good enough to show concern for the Scions. And besides, I've made them worry enough for a lifetime. Henceforth, I will endeavor to write them as often as I am able. A little effort to set their minds at ease while we continue to be away from Charlian. Both Alice and I are set off to assist with Garlemald's recovery, you see. Though uncertainty remains over what will become of the nation, we cannot well leave the capital in its present state. We rejoined those members of the Ilsabar contingent still stationed there. Lucia and Maxima helmed the relief effort, with support from our allies, the people of Garlemald among them. They will gradually be joined by those who have finished treating the tempered across the lands. Unless you misunderstand, we do not seek redemption for failing Lucina and her sister. That is a burden we must always bear. Nay, we go because of the truth in Lord Quintus's words. The truth that, whatever ideals individuals may espouse, nations are not moved to action unless they stand to benefit. For the foreseeable future, the fallen empire will be at the mercy of both internal and external forces. And though I do not doubt the intention of the contingent, with greater powers involved in the relief effort, our allies may well find themselves drawn to political agenda. In going, we seek to ensure that the needs of the people come first, to understand their hearts, that we might better help them to begin anew.
You'd best write to me too.
Write your letters? Of course, I would be glad to do so. But I would be glad if you were to come with and visit. I believe I speak for Alice as well. For fairly as long as I've been in Eorzea, you've been at my side, watching over me in good times and in bad. How many times we've gathered to share tidings? None could possibly keep count. The world is changing and will continue to do so. Yet no matter what the future brings, I hope that I can ever look to you. In good times and in bad, as a dependable comrade and dear friend both. Thank you, Sai, from the bottom of my heart. Spoken your fill, have you? If so, I'm thinking of sending everyone off. Aye. With your permission, then. Your attention, please. At risk of spoiling the mood, the time for departure is upon us. In my capacity as receptionist, I bid you all safe journeys. Until we next meet, be well.
I suppose we're off to Garlemald then. Though we ought to speak with Lord Emmerich first. If he's received word of any recent developments, we need to know.
'Twould be prudent to purchase some warmer clothes at least. Mayhap we can pick up a few souvenirs for Euless and the others while we're at it.
Where will you all be heading next?
Dravania, there is a book I've been meaning to borrow from the Great Google Library. And I can think of at least one person who will be most displeased should I fail to visit before leaving.
We've no particular destination in mind, but we do intend to stop in Sharlayan before we set off.
We had thought to ask after the Loporrits. I am curious as to how well those who chose to remain are adapting to their changed circumstances.
Might we accompany you then? Raha and I were planning to return to the Baldessian Annex.
Commissions have been piling up in our absence, and they must be dealt with ere we begin our work in earnest.
Estinian, you will return to Radzat Han, will you not?
Aye. For Vritra's benefit, though I've yet to hear the details. I may not stay long.
I see. Then it is here the Scions at last part ways, each to some far-flung corner of the realm.
I'm going to miss you all.
Perhaps. But I believe one of our number, a rather important one at that, has yet to divulge her plans.
Oh.
Quite right.
Indeed.
Fair point. So, what's next for our humble adventurer?
I'll be honest, I don't know. I suppose where the wind takes me.
constancy of this place never ceases to amaze me. An ocean of souls, shimmering and eternal.
Is that Elizabeth? It sounds like him.
And yet, something stirs. Yes. Steeped in darkness, deep as starless night, the beast hungers. Alas, I dare not investigate in earnest before the coming of my guiding star, as she foretold. We shall descend to the depths, you and I, to confront the dread beast Pandemonium. Oh, the sights we shall see. The sights we shall see.
That its chorus might ring for all. Thank you all for coming today. And thank you, Square Enix, once again. I don't know when I'll be streaming next, or even what I'll be streaming next, but I hope you enjoyed this journey as much as I did.